Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary. Let's go through the words. Batule. A springboard in a circus or gymnasium, called also battle board. Defiance. A casting aside, renunciation, rejection. Secess. Retirement, retreat, secession. Extendible. Capable of being extended, susceptible of being stretched, extended, enlarged, widened, or expanded. Imponderability. The quality or state of being imponderable, imponderableness. We. To shed, or pour forth, as tears, to shed drop by drop, as if tears, as, to weep tears of joy. Reenforcement. The act of reinforcing, or the state of being reinforced. Injury. Injury, invasion of another's rights. Weed. An animal unfit to breed from. Etch. To practice etching, to make etchings. Medullary. Filled with spongy pithy. Do-nothingism. Inactivity, habitual sloth, idleness. Liger. Anything that lies in a place, that which, or one who, remains in a place. Trap. To draw into, or catch in, a trap, to ensnare, to circumvent. Barb. Imperfect and past participle of barb, paps, or little projections, of the mucous membrane, which mark the opening of the submaxillary glands under the tongue in horses and cattle. The name is mostly applied when the barbs are inflamed and swollen. Hop. A leap on one leg, as of a boy, a leap, as of a toad, a jump, a spring. Donated. Lyco, sloth. Irate. To combine or charge with gas, usually with carbonic acid gas, formerly called fixed air. Ledge. A layer or stratum. Manage. The handling or government of anything, but especially of a horse, management, administration, a school for teaching horsemanship, and for training horses. Presence. Port, mean, air, personal appearance. Superimpregnation. The act of impregnating, or the state of being impregnated, in addition to prior impregnation, superfetation. Silicafluoric. Containing, or composed of, silicon and fluorine, especially, denoting the compounds called silica fluorides. Fend. To act on the defensive, or in opposition, to resist, to parry, to shift off. gold seed, dog's tail grass, gust, the sense or pleasure of tasting, relish, gusto. Azamai, one who administered the Eucharist with unleavened bread, a name of reproach given by those of the Greek Church to the Latins. Pray. To peep narrowly, to gaze, to inspect closely, to attempt to discover something by a scrutinizing curiosity, often implying reproach. Elongated, weak or lame in the loins. Poulain, a long pointed shoe, long-toed boots or shoes formerly worn in many parts of Europe, so called from Krakow, in Poland, where they were first worn in the 14th century. Ta, a plug, or conical block of wood, with longitudinal grooves on its surface, in which the strands of the rope slide in the process of twisting. Sophism, a proposition adopted by a majority of votes, especially one adopted by vote of the Athenian people, a statute. Curd, to cause to coagulate or thicken, to cause to congeal, to curdle. Foam, to form foam, or become filled with foam, said of a steam boiler when the water is unduly agitated and frothy, as because of chemical action. Infinitude, boundless number, countless multitude. Turbine, a water wheel, commonly horizontal, variously constructed, but usually having a series of curved floats or buckets, against which the water acts by its impulse or reaction in flowing either outward from a central chamber, inward from an external casing, or from above downward, etc., also called turbine wheel. Tuddy, all, a direction for all the singers or players to perform together. Diverseness, the quality of being diverse. Allegro, an allegro movement, a quick, sprightly strain or piece. Roof, the surface or bed of rock immediately overlying a bed of coal or a flat vein. Orator, a public speaker, one who delivers an oration, especially one distinguished for his skill and power as a public speaker, one who is eloquent. Disembitter, to free from bitterness. Upset, to become upset. Stonecrop, a sort of tree. Deliriancy, a state in which the thoughts, expressions, and actions are wild, irregular, and incoherent. Mental aberration, the roving or wandering of the mind, usually dependent on a fever or some other disease, and so distinguished from mania or madness. Community, common possession or enjoyment, participation, as a community of goods.
Milliliter.
A measure of capacity in the metric system, containing the THOUSANDTH part of a liter. It is a cubic centimeter, and is equal to 0.061 of an English cubic inch, or to 0.0338 of an American fluid ounce.
Settle.
To restore or bring to smooth, dry, or passable condition, set of the ground, of roads, and the like, as clear weather settles the roads.
Tonsillar.
Of or pertaining to the tonsils, tonsillitic.
Unconsiderate.
Inconsiderate, heedless, careless.
Carnossal.
A carnossal tooth, especially, the last premolar in many carnivores.
Indo-Germanic.
Aryan, applied to the languages of India and Europe which are derived from the prehistoric Aryan language, also, pertaining to the people or nations who speak these languages, as the Indo-European or Aryan family.
Mathil.
To stammer.
Grammatication.
A principle of grammar, a grammatical rule.
Romantic.
Of or pertaining to the style of the Christian and popular literature of the Middle Ages, as opposed to the classical antique, of the nature of, or appropriate to, that style, as the Romantic school of poets.
Friday.
The sixth day of the week, following Thursday and preceding Saturday.
Portend.
To indicate events, misfortunes, etc., as in future, to foreshow, to foretoken, to bode, now used especially of unpropitious signs.
Core.
The heart or inner part of a thing, as of a column, wall, rope, of a boil, etc., especially the central part of fruit, containing the kernels or seeds, as the core of an apple or quince.
Inuloid.
A substance resembling inulin, found in the unripe bulbs of the dahlia.
Bohemian.
The language of the Czechs, the ancient inhabitants of Bohemia, the richest and most developed of the dialects of the Slavic family.
Crinature.
A rounded tooth or notch of a crenate leaf, or any part that is crenate, called also crenelle.
Keen.
Acute of mind, sharp, penetrating, having or expressing mental acuteness, as a man of keen understanding, a keen look, keen features.
Lacustrine.
Found in, or pertaining to, lakes or ponds, or growing in them, as lacustrine flowers.
Oxade.
Having large, full eyes, like those of an ox.
George Noble.
a gold noble of the time of Henry, possessing eminence, elevation, dignity, etc., above whatever is low, mean, degrading, or dishonorable, magnanimous, as a noble nature or action, a noble heart, and
Urogenital.
pertaining to the urinary and genital organs, genitourinary, urogenital, as the urinogenital canal.
Jig.
A contrivance fastened to or enclosing a piece of work, and having hard steel surfaces to guide a tool, as a drill, or to form a shield or template to work to, as in filing.
Fathers.
To bruise sorely or exceedingly.
Galvanoscopic.
Of or pertaining to a galvanoscope.
Dumberer.
One who feigns dumbness.
Spur.
To make a sudden and violent exertion, as in an emergency.
Indecomposable.
Not decomposable. Incapable or difficult of decomposition, not resolvable into its constituents or elements.
Scalia.
An imitation of any vein and ornamental stone, as marble, formed by a substratum of finely ground gypsum mixed with lute, the surface of which, while soft, is brigaded with splinters of marble, spar, granite, etc., and subsequently colored and polished.
Venue.
About or turn, as at fencing, a thrust, a hit, a venny.
Excursion.
Running or going out or forth, an expedition, a sally.
Condenser.
An apparatus for receiving and condensing the volatile products of distillation to a liquid or solid form, by cooling.
Nandu.
Any one of three species of South American ostriches of the genera Reenforcement, any one of three species of large South American ostrich-like birds of the genera Reenforcement, called also the American ostrich.
Cestrasont.
A shark of the genus Cestracion, and of related genera. The posterior teeth form a pavement of bony plates for crushing shellfish. Most of the species are extinct. The Port Jackson shark and a similar one found in California are living examples.
Duke.
A leader, a chief, a prince.
Bendwise.
Diagonally.
Influx.
A coming in, infusion, intromission, introduction, importation in abundance. Also, that which flows or comes in, as a great influx of goods into a country, or an influx of gold and silver.
Midheaven.
The meridian, or middle line of the heavens, the point of the ecliptic on the meridian.
Forum.
A tribunal, a court, an assembly empowered to hear and decide causes.
Evinus.
Imperfect and past participle of evanesce, to vanish away, to become dissipated and disappear, like vapor.
Play.
Any exercise or series of actions intended for amusement or diversion, a game.
Efface.
To cause to disappear as anything impresses or inscribed upon a surface, by rubbing out, striking out, etc. To erase, to render illegible or indiscernible, as to efface the letters on a monument, or the inscription on a coin.
Gambule.
One of the imaginary granules or atoms which, according to Darwin's hypothesis of pangenesis, are continually being thrown off from every cell or unit, and circulate freely throughout the system, and when supplied with proper nutriment multiply by self-division and ultimately develop into cells like those from which they were derived. They are supposed to be transmitted from the parent to the offspring, but are often transmitted in a dormant state during many generations and are then developed, an hypothesis advanced by Darwin in explanation of heredity.
Trichoptera.
A suborder of Neuroptera, usually having the wings covered with minute hairs. It comprises the caddis flies, and is considered by some to be a distinct order.
Inspired.
Moved or animated by, or as by, a supernatural influence, affected by divine inspiration, as the inspired prophets, the inspired writers.
Illuminism.
The principles of the Illuminati.
Recluseness.
Quality or state of being recluse.
Hood.
A covering for a mortar.
Height.
Variant of height.
Wind.
A direction from which the wind may blow. A point of the compass, especially one of the cardinal points, which are often called the four winds.
Tithing.
The act of levying or taking tithes, that which is taken as tithe, a tithe.
Shank.
The body of a tithe.
Confected.
Imperfect and past participle of confect, to prepare, as sweetmeats, to make a confection of.
Floral.
Containing, or belonging to, a flower, as, a floral bud, a floral leaf, floral characters.
Revering.
Present participle and verbal noun of revere, to regard with reverence, or profound respect and affection, mingled with our fear, to venerate, to reverence, to honor in estimation.
Environ.
About, around.
Hovling.
Present participle and verbal noun of hovel, an open shed for sheltering cattle, or protecting produce, etc., from the weather.
Lemonite.
A whitish, reddish, or yellowish, transparent or translucent mineral. allied to shabazite.
hydrocyanic,
A compound of hydrocyanic acid with a base, distinguished from a cyanide, in which only the cyanogen so combines.
particle,
A double sling made of a single rope, for slinging a cask, gun, etc.
penitentiary,
Used for punishment, discipline, and reformation.
platinum cyanide,
A double cyanide of platinum and some other metal or radical. A salt of platinocyanic acid.
mad,
Having impaired polarity, applied to a compass needle.
disservice,
Injury, mischief.
hoarfrost,
The white particles formed by the condensation of dew, white frost.
hebraistically,
In a Hebraistic sense or form.
aberrancator,
A weeding machine.
pontifical,
The dress and ornaments of a pontiff.
bison,
The rokes or European bison.
impressing,
Present participle and verbal noun of impress. A mark made by pressure, an indentation, imprint, the image or figure of anything, formed by pressure or as if by pressure. Result produced by pressure or influence.
radiant,
To emit rays, to be radiant, to shine.
seemigness,
Semblance, fair appearance, plausibility.
magwari,
A South American stork Euxinara magwari, having a forked tail.
proboscis,
The nose.
pug,
One of a small breed of pet dogs having a short nose and head, a pug dog.
resound,
To echo or reverberate, to be resonant, as the earth resounded with his praise.
variation,
Repetition of a theme or melody with fanciful embellishments or modifications, in time, tune, or harmony, or sometimes change of key. The presentation of a musical thought in new and varied aspects, yet so that the essential features of the original shall still preserve their identity.
laborious,
Devoted to labor, diligent, industrious, as a laborious mechanic.
primordial,
Of or pertaining to the lowest beds of the Silurian age, corresponding to the Akkadian and Potsdam periods in American geology, it is called also Cambrian, and by many geologists is separated from the Silurian.
valiancy,
The quality or state of being valiant, bravery, valor.
ossiftida,
The fetid gum resin or inspissated juice of a large umbelliferous plant for Philosophoetida, of Persia and the East Indies. It is used in medicine as an antispasmodic.
Chromid.
One of the chromid, a family of freshwater fishes abundant in the tropical parts of America and Africa. Some are valuable food fishes, as the belty of the Nile.
Edin.
A giant.
Penis.
The state of being pied.
Occurrence.
A coming or happening, as the occurrence of a railway collision.
Mollusca.
One of the grand divisions of the animal kingdom, including the classes Cephalopoda, Gastropoda, Tripodascophopoda, and Lamellibranchiata, or Conchifera. These animals have an unsegmented bilateral body, with most of the organs and parts paired, but not repeated longitudinally. Most of them develop a mantle, which encloses either a branchial or a pulmonary cavity. They are generally more or less covered and protected by a calcareous shell, which may be univalve, bivalve, or multivalve.
Deprive.
To speak ill of, to depreciate, to malign, to revile.
Superficial.
Reaching or comprehending only what is obvious or apparent, not deep or profound, shallow, said especially in respect to study, learning, and the like, as a superficial scholar, superficial knowledge.
Visionary.
One whose imagination is disturbed, one who sees visions or phantoms.
Chaldaic.
Of or pertaining to Chaldea.
Immovably.
Immovably.
Indigested.
Not softened by heat, hot water, or steam.
Stiff-neck.
Stubborn, inflexibly obstinate, contumacious, as stiff-necked pride, a stiff-necked people.
Placidentine.
A form of dentine which shows sinuous lines of structure in a transverse section of the tooth.
Island.
A tract of land surrounded by water, and smaller than a continent. Compare continent.
Pockiness.
The state of being pocky.
Stall.
To put into a stall or stable. To keep in a stall or stalls, as to stall an ox.
Squander.
To spend lavishly, to be wasteful.
Captious.
Apt to catch at faults, disposed to find fault or to cavil, eager to object, difficult to please.
Marsupial.
The pouch, formed by a fold of the skin of the abdomen, in which marsupials carry their young. Also, a pouch for similar use in other animals, as certain crustacea.
Etiolate.
To become pale through disease or absence of life.
Antidotical.
Serving as an antidote.
intergraved,
Past participle of intergrave, to grave or carve between, to engrave in the alternate sections.
blemishment,
The state of being blemish, disgrace, damage, impairment.
revisitation,
The act of revisiting.
short,
Abrupt, brief, pointed, petulant, as he gave a short answer to the question.
kisser,
One who kisses.
hawk moth,
Any moth of the family Sphingiid, of which there are numerous genera and species. They are large, handsome moths, which fly mostly at twilight and hover about flowers like a hummingbird, sucking the honey by means of a long, slender proboscis. The larvae are large, hairless caterpillars ornamented with green and other bright colors, and often with a caudal spine. In Egyptian art, an image of granite or porphyry, having a human head, or the head of a ram or of a hawk, upon the wingless body of a lion, also tobacco worm, and tomato worm.
cataphract,
Defensive armor used for the whole body and often for the horse, also, especially the linked mail or scale armor of some Eastern nations.
prime,
An inch, as composed of 12 seconds in the duodecimal system, denoted by C2D inch, n.
florist,
A cultivator of, or dealer in, flowers.
Leonid,
One of the shooting stars which constitute the star shower that recurs near the 14th of November at intervals of about 33 years, so called because these shooting stars appear on the heavens to move in lines directed from the constellation Leo.
faltering,
Falter, halting, hesitation.
halter,
To tie by the neck with a rope, strap, or halter. To put a halter on. To subject to hangman's halter.
envoy,
One dispatched upon an errand or mission, a messenger, especially a person deputed by a sovereign or a government to negotiate a treaty or transact other business with a foreign sovereign or government, a minister accredited to a foreign government. An envoy's rank is below that of an ambassador.
senate,
A body of elders appointed or elected from among the nobles of the nation, and having supreme legislative authority.
gobert,
A thin worsted fabric for women's dresses.
urnfuls,
As much as an urn will hold, enough to fill an urn.
horse,
Harsh, grating, discordant, said of any sound.
disproportion,
Want of proportion in form or quantity, lack of symmetry, as the arm may be in disproportion to the body, the disproportion of the length of a building to its height.
indulgent,
Not diligent, idle, slothful.
languor,
Any plant of the genus Mertensia, especially M. virginica and M. subrica, plants nearly related to Pulmonaria. The American lungwort is Mertensia virginica, Virginia cowslip.
screw,
Hence, to practice extortion upon, to press by unreasonable or extortionate exactions.
superabound,
To be very abundant or exuberant, to be more than sufficient, as the country superabounds with corn.
shewbread,
Bread of exhibition, loaves to set before God, the term used in translating the various phrases used in the Hebrew and Greek to designate the loaves of bread which the priest of the week placed before the Lord on the golden table in the sanctuary. They were made of fine flour unleavened, and were changed every Sabbath. The loaves, 12 in number, represented the 12 tribes of Israel. They were to be eaten by the priests only, and in the holy place.
instanter,
Immediately, instantly, at once, as he left instanter.
mackerel,
A pimp, also, a bawd.
breakdown,
Any rude, noisy dance performed by shuffling the feet, usually by one person at a time.
inflating,
Present participle and verbal noun of inswathe, to wrap up, to enfold, to swathe.
short,
To shorten.
sea poppy,
The horn poppy, a hard, projecting, and usually pointed organ, growing upon the heads of certain animals, especially of the ruminants, as cattle, goats, and the like. The hollow horns of the ox family consist externally of true horn, and are never shed.
lay,
To impose, as a command or a duty, as to lay commands on one.
taw,
A large marble to be played with, also, a game at marbles.
concernated,
Relating to tragedy, solemn, grave.
precedented,
Having a precedent, authorized or sanctioned by an example of a like kind.
swell,
To be turgid, bombastic, or extravagant, as swelling words, a swelling style.
shriveling,
Present participle and verbal noun of shrivel. To draw, or be drawn, into wrinkles, to shrink, and form corrugations, as a leaf shrivels in the hot sun, the skin shrivels with age, often with
doubloon,
a Spanish gold coin, no longer issued, varying in value at different times from over $15 to about 5. See Dublin in sub.
under kingdom,
A subordinate or dependent kingdom.
descent,
A step or remove downward in any scale of gradation. A degree in the scale of genealogy. A generation.
Antiquity.
a relic or monument of ancient times, as a coin, a statue, etc., an ancient institution, in this sense, usually in the plural.
Purloined.
A salmon returning from the sea the second time.
Sweepy.
Moving with a sweeping motion.
Gratification.
That which affords pleasure, satisfaction, enjoyment, fruition, delight.
Dummy.
One who plays a merely nominal part in any action, a sham character.
Densely.
In a dense, compact manner.
Jarvey.
A hackney coach.
Compliance.
A disposition to yield to others, complacence.
Shikari.
A sportsman, especially a native hunter.
Hang.
A sharp or steep declivity or slope.
Reattach.
To attach again.
Stamina.
The fixed, firm part of a body, which supports it or gives it strength and solidity, as the bones are the stamina of animal bodies. The ligneous parts of trees are the stamina which constitute their strength.
Chatelaine.
An ornamental hook or brooch worn by a lady at her waist, and having a short chain or chains attached for a watch, keys, trinkets, etc., also used adjectively, as a chatelaine chain.
Sentence.
An opinion, a decision, a determination, a judgment, especially one of an unfavorable nature.
Plesiosaurian.
A plesiosaur.
Persuasion.
That which persuades, a persuasive.
Baleful.
Full of deadly or pernicious influence, destructive.
Lath shape.
Having a slender elongated form, like a lath, set of the feldspar of certain igneous rocks, as diabase, as seen in microscopic sections.
Fresnel lamp.
A lantern having a lamp surrounded by a hollow cylindrical Fresnel lens.
Isothermopith.
A line drawn through points of equal temperature in a vertical section of the ocean.
Slightful.
Cunning, dexterous.
Jack.
An impertinent or silly fellow, a simpleton, a boor, a clown, also, a servant, a rustic.
Hymenophore.
That part of a fungus which is covered with the hymenium.
Unitarian.
One who denies the doctrine of the Trinity, believing that God exists only in one person, a unipersonalist, also, one of a denomination of Christians holding this belief.
Oppression.
The act of oppressing, or state of being oppressed.
Restorationer.
A restorationist.
Relax.
To make less severe or rigorous, to abate the stringency of, to remit in respect to strenuousness, earnestness, or effort, as, to relax discipline, to relax one's attention or endeavors.
Apartness.
The quality of standing apart.
Solacement.
The act of solacing, or the state of being solaced, also, that which solaces.
Ruptuary.
One not of noble blood, a plebeian, a roturier.
Safe.
Incapable of doing harm, no longer dangerous, in secure care or custody, as, the prisoner is safe.
Law.
To seize, as the sword arm of an antagonist, by turning the left arm around it, to disarm him.
Accountantship.
The office or employment of an accountant.
Conciseness.
The quality of being concise.
Horologiographic.
Of or pertaining to horologiography.
Gulch.
To swallow greedily, to gulp down.
Interjection.
A word or form of speech thrown in to express emotion or feeling, as oh alas ha ha begone etc. Compare exclamation.
Underrun.
To run or pass under, especially nautical. To pass along and under, as a cable, for the purpose of taking it in, or of examining Italian.
Assessor.
One appointed or elected to assist a judge or magistrate with his special knowledge of the subject to be decided, as legal assessors, nautical assessors.
Cupbearer.
One whose office it is to fill and hand the cups at an entertainment.
Mentameculian.
Of or pertaining to the chin and lower jaw.
Slip.
To move along the surface of a thing without bounding, rolling, or stepping, to slide, to glide.
Outsider.
A horse which is not a favorite in the betting.
Healingly.
So as to heal or cure.
Spatter.
To distribute by sprinkling, to sprinkle around, as, to spatter blood.
Novel.
A fictitious tale or narrative, professing to be conformed to real life, especially one intended to exhibit the operation of the passions, and particularly of love.
Infrangible.
Infrangible.
Constitution.
The act or process of constituting, the action of enacting, establishing, or appointing, enactment, establishment, formation.
canker,
To be or become diseased, or as if diseased, with canker. To grow corrupt, to become venomous.
sloth,
Sloth, idleness.
deliver,
To give forth in action or exercise, to discharge, as, to deliver a blow, to deliver a broadside or a ball.
nil,
Not to will, to refuse, to reject.
pliability,
The quality or state of being pliable. Flexibility, as, pliability of disposition.
indentation,
The act of beginning a line or series of lines at a little distance within the flush line of the column or page, as in the common way of beginning the first line of a paragraph.
careen,
To incline to one side, or lie over, as a ship when sailing on a wind, to be off the keel.
showed,
The parting of the hair on the head.
decimalize,
To reduce to a decimal system, as, to decimalize the currency.
metalloid,
Formerly, the metallic base of a fixed alkali, or alkaline earth, applied by Sir H. Davy to sodium, potassium, and some other metallic substances whose metallic character was supposed to be not well defined.
navigate,
To pass over in ships, to sail over or on, as, to navigate the Atlantic.
honeyed,
Sweet, as, honey words.
collectorship,
The office of a collector of customs or of taxes.
agglutination,
Combination in which root words are united with little or no change of form or loss of meaning, pertaining to agglutination, tending to unite, or having power to cause adhesion, adhesive.
signory,
The power or authority of the Lord, dominion.
privacy,
The state of being in retirement from the company or observation of others, seclusion.
stroud,
A kind of coarse blanket or garment used by the North American Indians.
cocklass,
Any pheasant of the genus Puprasia. The birds of this genus inhabit India and China, and are distinguished by having a long central and two lateral crests on the head, called also pukras.
ancient,
Those who lived in former ages, as opposed to the moderns.
datura,
A genus of solanaceous plants, with large funnel-shaped flowers and a four-celled, capsular fruit.
marten,
Any one of several fur-bearing carnivores of the genus Mustela, closely allied to the sable. Among the more important species are the European beech or stone marten Mustela foina, the pine marten M. nards, and the American marten garden, or Sable americana, which some zoologists consider only a variety of the Russian sable.
Miracle.
A miracle play.
Shindy.
An uproar or disturbance. A spree, throw, a riot.
Macrofarad.
One of the larger measures of electrical capacity, amounting to 1 million farads, a macrofarad.
Water to twist.
Yarn made by the thistle, or water frame.
Knot.
An ornamental tie, as of a ribbon.
Drowse.
A slight or imperfect sleep, a doze.
Divider.
One who deals out to each his share.
Collate.
To present and institute in a benefice, when the person presenting is both the patron and the ordinary, followed by the
Maltster.
amalgam.
Swindler.
One who swindles, or defrauds grossly, one who makes a practice of defrauding others by imposition or deliberate artifice, a cheat.
Paradum.
The sin of worshipping idols, idolatry.
Tonsure.
The first ceremony used for devoting a person to the service of God and the Church, the first degree of the clericate, given by a bishop, abbot, or cardinal priest, consisting in cutting off the hair from a circular space at the back of the head, with prayers and benedictions, hence, entrance or admission into minor orders.
Parchesi.
A game, somewhat resembling backgammon, originating in India.
Kitsch.
To inspire with courage.
Podge.
A paunch mat, called also panch.
Inartificial.
Not artificial, not made or elaborated by art, natural, simple, artless, as an inartificial argument, an inartificial character.
Tophus.
One of the mineral concretions about the joints, and in other situations, occurring chiefly in gouty persons, they consist usually of urate of sodium. When occurring in the internal organs they are also composed of phosphate of calcium.
Recline.
To cause or permit to lean, incline, rest, etc. To place in a recumbent position, as to recline the head on the hand.
Viennese.
Of or pertaining to Vienna, or people of Vienna.
Steadfastly.
Place or room which another had, has, or might have.
North.
Any country or region situated farther to the north than another. The northern section of a country.
Coincident.
Having coincidence, occupying the same place, contemporaneous, concurrent, followed by with.
Corkate.
Pressed together, closely connected, applied to insects having the abdomen separated from the thorax only by a constriction.
Polychrome.
Executed in the manner of polychromy, as polychrome printing.
Guide.
To let or direct in a way, to conduct in a course or path, to pilot, as, to guide a traveler.
16th.
The next in order after the 15th, the 6th after the 10th.
Enlive.
To slash be in a contrary manner, as alive, to live in a manner contrary to.
Minimize.
To reduce to the smallest part or proportion possible, to reduce to a minimum.
Flora.
A foil, a blunt sword used in fencing.
Coalworks.
A place where coal is dug, including the machinery for raising the coal.
Queen.
A male homosexual, especially one who is effeminate or dresses in women's clothing.
Animadverting.
Present participle and verbal noun of animadvert, to consider or remark by way of criticism or censure, to express censure, with on or upon.
Interfering.
Present participle and verbal noun of interfere, to strike one foot against the opposite foot or ankle in using the legs, sometimes said of a human being, but usually of a horse, as the horse interferes.
Ecstatical.
Tending to the external objects.
Greasiness.
The quality or state of being greasy, oiliness, unctuousness, grossness.
6th.
The quotient of a unit divided by 6, one of 6 equal parts which form a whole.
Magnesium.
An element obtained by reduction of its oxide, as a hard, grayish-white metal, fusible with difficulty, but easily oxidized. Its ores occur abundantly in nature as the minerals perlusite, manganite, etc. Symbol manganese, atomic weight 54.8.
Applicatory.
That which applies.
Solicize.
To commit a solcism.
Ascetic.
Pertaining to, containing, or derived from, acetyl, as acetic ether, acetic acid. The latter is the acid to which the sour taste of vinegar is due.
Heresy.
Those who live within a polar circle, whose shadows, during some summer days, will move entirely round, falling toward every point of the compass.
Funambulation.
Rope dancing.
Substance.
The most important element in any existence, the characteristic and essential components of anything, the main part, essential import, purport.
avenge,
To treat revengefully, to wreak vengeance on.
perdifoil,
A deciduous plant, opposed to evergreen.
chicken,
A young bird or fowl, especially a young barnyard fowl.
zoologist,
One who is well versed in zoology.
olethoscope,
An instrument for viewing pictures by means of a lens, so as to present them in their natural proportions and relations.
lovingly,
With love, affectionately.
maidenly,
In a maiden-like manner.
fatuous,
Stupid, fatuous.
pulmongrade,
Swimming by the expansion and contraction, or lung-like movement, of the body, or of the disc, as do the medusa.
blunt,
To dull the edge or point of, by making it thicker. To make blunt.
hydrostat,
A contrivance or apparatus to prevent the explosion of steam boilers.
mulberries,
The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, a genus of trees, some species of which produce edible fruit, the mulberry. The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, a genus of trees, some species of which produce edible fruit, the mulberry. The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, a genus of trees, some species of which produce edible fruit, the mulberry. The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, a genus of trees, some species of which produce edible fruit, the mulberry. The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, a genus of trees, some species of which produce edible fruit, the mulberry. The berry or fruit of any tree of the genus Morus. Also, the tree itself, C. Morus.
caricature,
Attacks on every plow or plowland. A notch, passage, or channel made by cutting or digging, a furrow, a groove, as, a cut for a railroad.
ferment,
Intestine motion, heat, tumult, agitation.
alpetid,
Dull-witted, stupid.
abilitation,
The act of pleasing highly, the state of being greatly pleased, delight.
endogastric,
Pertaining to the interior of the stomach, applied to a mode of budding from the interior of the gastric cavity, in certain hydroids.
individual,
Indivisible.
anthropomorphism,
The ascription of human characteristics to things not human.
ruffle,
Ill-tempered.
way,
manner, method, mode, fashion, style, as the way of expressing one's ideas.
dexterity,
Readiness and grace in physical activity, skill and ease in using the hands, expertness in manual acts, as dexterity with the chisel.
misshapen,
To christen wrongly,
actionary,
a shareholder in joint stock company.
garb,
A muffler, worn by nuns and mourners.
spermatogenesis,
The development of the spermatozoids.
flat,
A flat-bottomed boat without keel, and of small draft.
drunk,
To extract ores from the slimes in which they are contained, by means of a trunk, the stem, or body, of a tree, apart from its limbs and roots, the main stem, without the branches, stalk, 9.
diaper,
A towel or napkin for wiping the hands, etc.
insociability,
The quality of being insociable, want of sociability, unsociability.
brachiopod,
One of the brachiopoda, or its shell.
schooling,
Instruction in school. Tuition, education in an institution of learning, act of teaching.
celestic,
Evil, wicked, atrocious.
suit,
To dress, to clothe.
forethink,
To contrive something, beforehand.
overflow,
That which flows over, a superfluous portion, a superabundance.
contestation,
The act of contesting, emulation, rivalry, strife, dispute.
cercana,
A wound healed or healing outwardly only.
towered,
Imperfect and past participle of tower, a structure appended to larger edifice for a special purpose, as for a belfry, and then usually high in proportion to its width and to the height of the rest of the edifice, as a church tower.
alive,
Lighted up in a flame.
subletting,
Present participle and verbal noun of sublet, to underlet, to lease, as when a lessee leases to another person.
dreadful,
Full of dread or terror, fearful.
hansom cab,
A light, low, two-wheeled covered carriage with the driver's seat elevated behind, the reins being passed over the top.
duplicature,
A doubling, a fold, as of a membrane.
niche,
To lie hid, to skulk, to act, or carry oneself sneakingly. A kind of hinge used in hanging doors, etc., so named because fastened on the edge of the door, which butts against the casing, instead of on its face, like the strap hinge, also called butt hinge.
Invulnerable.
Incapable of erring, infallible, unerring.
Torpid.
Having no motion or activity, incapable of motion, benumbed, torpid.
Prudent.
A trustworthy citizen, a skilled workman, an official summons or notice given to a person to appear, the paper containing such summons or notice, under 3D commune.
Amorphozoa.
Animals without mouth or regular internal organs, as the sponges.
Curler.
One who, or that which, curls.
Poundage.
A subsidy of 12 pence in the pound, formerly granted to the Crown on all goods exported or imported, and if by aliens, more.
Fall.
The surrender of a besieged fortress or town as the fall of Sebastopol.
Bensticle.
A small fish, the three-spined stickleback.
Retro.
A prefix or combining form signifying backward, back, as, retroact, to act backward, retrospect, a looking back.
Fulham.
A false eye.
Congregation.
A collection or mass of separate things.
Homotixia.
Similarly an arrangement of parts, the opposite of heterotoxy.
Puff.
Imperfect and past participle of puff, a sudden and single emission of breath from the mouth, hence, any sudden or short blast of wind, a slight gust, a whiff.
Conflate.
To blow together, to bring together, to collect, to fuse together, to join or weld, to consolidate.
Maligning.
Present participle and verbal noun of malign, having an evil disposition toward others, harboring violent enmity, malevolent, malicious, spiteful, opposed to benign.
Luxuries.
Anything which pleases the senses, and is also costly, or difficult to obtain, an expensive rarity, as silks, jewels, and rare fruits are luxuries. In some countries ice is a great luxury.
Counterclaim.
A claim made by a person as an offset to a claim made on him.
Matrices.
The lifeless portion of tissue, either animal or vegetable, situated between the cells, the intercellular substance.
Pillory.
Plunder, pillage.
Experimentative.
Experimental, of the nature of experiment.
lipping,
Present participle and verbal noun of lip, one of the two fleshy folds which surround the orifice of the mouth in man and many other animals. In man the lips are organs of speech essential to certain articulations, hence, by a figure they denote the mouth, or all the organs of speech, and sometimes speech itself.
respite,
To keep back from execution, to reprieve.
propensity,
The quality or state of being propense, natural inclination, disposition to do good or evil, bias, bent, tendency.
cleanser,
One who, or that which, cleanses, a detergent.
narwhal,
Form as a vowel, by a close position of some part of the tongue in relation to the palate, or according to Bell, by a tense condition of the pharynx, distinguished from wide, as Eve, and slash f slash d, etc., from ile, and slash f slash d, etc. The leather strap by which the shield of night was slung across the shoulder, or across the neck and shoulder, to pronunciation, slash 13.
copy,
Copyhold, tenure, lease.
scotches,
Stilts,
foxish,
resembling a fox in his characteristic qualities, cunning, artful, foxy.
gut,
To take out the bowels from, to viscerate.
glossology,
The definition and explanation of terms, a glossary.
venturer,
One who ventures, or puts to hazard, an adventurer.
cringe,
To draw oneself together as in fear or servility, to bend or crouch with base humility, to wince, hence, to make court in a degrading manner, to fawn.
weeder,
One who, or that which, weeds, or frees from anything noxious.
dread,
The act of copulation in birds.
criticize,
To act as a critic, to pass literary or artistic judgment, to play the critic, formerly used with on or upon.
sparboil,
To scatter, to spread, to disperse.
jaw,
Figuratively, anything resembling the jaw of an animal in form or action, especially, plural, the mouth or way of entrance, as, the jaws of a pass, the jaws of darkness, the jaws of death.
doxbury,
The wintergreen, Galleria procumens.
set,
To be fixed for growth, to strike root, to begin to germinate or form, as, cuttings set well. The fruit has set well, that is, not blasted in the blossom.
gazetteer,
An alphabetical descriptive list of anything.
candy,
To conserve or boil in sugar, as to candy fruits, to candy ginger.
Deniable.
Capable of being, or liable to be, denied.
Spadix.
A fleshy spike of flowers, usually enclosed in a leaf called a spathe.
Infallible.
Incapable of error in defining doctrines touching faith or morals, the quality or state of being infallible, or exempt from error, in ability.
Desideratum.
Anything desired, that of which the lack is felt, the want generally felt and acknowledged.
Dull-browed.
Having a gloomy look.
Indirectly.
Indirectly.
Lenticulous.
A kind of eruption upon the skin, lentigo, freckle.
Soft.
A soft or foolish person, an idiot.
Trine.
A triad, trinity.
Arrowgrass.
An herbaceous grass-like plant triglocan paluster, and other species, with pods opening so as to suggest barbed arrowheads.
Goss.
First, a thorny evergreen shrub Ilex europaeus, with beautiful yellow flowers, very common upon the plains and hills of Great Britain, called also dors, and whin. The dwarf firs is Ilex nanus.
Abject.
Sunk to a low condition, down in spirit or hope, degraded, servile, groveling, despicable, as, abject posture, fortune, thoughts.
Pileus.
The top of the head of a bird, from the bill to the nape.
Compulsatory.
Operating with force, compelling, forcing, constraining, resulting from, or enforced by, compulsion.
Oleaginous.
Having the nature or qualities of oil, oily, unctuous.
Medley.
Mingled, confused.
Rosewood.
A valuable cabinet wood of a dark red color, streaked and variegated with black, obtained from several tropical leguminous trees of the genera Dalberga and Macrium. The finest kind is from Brazil, and is said to be from the Dalberga nigra.
Medically.
In a medical manner, with reference to healing, or to the principles of the healing art.
Aurate.
A combination of auric acid with a base, as aurate or potassium.
Livable.
Such as in pleasant to live in, fit or suitable to live in.
Ridden.
Past participle of ride, to support a rider, as a horse, to move under the saddle, as a horse rides easy or hard, slow or fast.
Diagonal.
A diagonal cloth, a kind of cloth having diagonal stripes, ridges, or welts made in the weaving.
unreason,
Want of reason, unreasonableness, absurdity.
accidental,
Non-essential, not necessary belonging, incidental, as, are accidental to play.
orthographically,
In an orthographical manner.
reversely,
In a reverse manner, on the other hand, on the opposite.
ellipse,
Omission, a figure of syntax, by which one or more words, which are obviously understood, are omitted, as, the virtues I admire, for, the virtues which I admire.
induciate,
Furnished with an indusium.
cultus,
A soft composition, as of bread, bran, or a mucilaginous substance, to be applied to sores, inflamed parts of the body, etc. A cataplasm.
swarm,
To appear or collect in a crowd, to throng together, to congregate in a multitude.
rancid,
Having a rank smell or taste, from chemical change or decomposition, musty, as rancid oil or butter.
graden,
To become large, to dilate.
plastic,
Having the power to give form or fashion to mass of matter, as the plastic hand of the creator.
abstention,
The act of abstaining, holding aloof.
chisspot,
A kind of breech-loading, center-fire rifle, or improved needle gun.
chartometer,
An instrument for measuring charts or maps.
wasting,
Causing waste, also, undergoing waste, diminishing, as, a wasting disease, a wasting fortune.
annul,
To make void or of no effect, to nullify, to abolish, to do away with, used appropriately of laws, decrees, edicts, decisions of courts, or other established rules, permanent usages, and the like, which are made void by component authority.
variable,
Liable to vary, too susceptible of change, mutable, fickle, unsteady, inconstant, as the affections of men are variable, passions are variable.
dressing,
Gum, starch, and the like, used in stiffening or finishing silk, linen, and other fabrics.
hunt,
A pack of hounds.
diversified,
Imperfect and past participle of diversify, to make diverse or various in form or quality, to give variety to aggregate, to distinguish by numerous differences or aspects.
oddly,
In an odd manner, unevenly.
overcrowd,
To crowd too much.
antidote,
To counteract or prevent the effects of, by giving or taking an antidote.
Tropterus,
Belonging to the Troptera, or bat family.
witherling,
A withered person, one who is decrepit.
crop,
To yield harvest.
snobism,
The quality of being snobbish, snobbishness.
recuperator,
A device used in connection with hot air engines, gas burning furnaces, etc., in which the incoming air or gas is heated by being brought into contact with masses of iron, brick, etc., which have been previously heated by the outgoing, or escaping, hot air or gas.
percolate,
To cause to pass through fine interstices, as a liquor, to filter, to strain.
doting,
Present participle and verbal noun of dote, to be excessively or foolishly fond, to love to excess, to be weakly affectionate, with on or upon, as, the mother dotes on her child.
saikir,
A falcon falco caesar, native of southern Europe and Asia, closely resembling the lanner.
consignator,
Droid signature.
continue,
To protract or extend in duration, to preserve or persist in, to cease not.
slack,
To cause to become less eager. To repress, to make slow or less rapid. To retard, as, to slacken pursuit, to slacken industry.
estimative,
Inclined, or able, to estimate, serving for, or capable of being used in, estimating.
be palmate,
Palmately branch, with the branches again palmated.
dilation,
To retard, to stop, detain, or hinder, for a time, to retard the motion, or time of arrival, of, as, the mail is delayed by a heavy fall of snow.
cap,
The whole top of the head of a bird from the base of the bill to the nape of the neck.
olevaster,
Of the color of the olive, tawny.
preservable,
Capable of being preserved, admitting of preservation.
bise,
A pale blue pigment, prepared from the native blue carbonate of copper, or from smalt, called also blue bise.
indument,
Plumage, feathers.
thane,
A dignitary under the Anglo-Saxons and Danes in England. Of these there were two orders, the king's thanes, who attended the kings in their courts and held lands immediately of them, and the ordinary thanes, who were lords of manors and who had particular jurisdiction within their limits. After the conquest, this title was disused, and baron took its place.
Ground.
The pit of a theater.
Intercluded.
Imperfect and past participle of interclude, to shut off or out from a place or course, by something intervening, to intercept, to cut off, to interrupt.
Pod.
Having pods.
Incontrollable.
Not controllable. Uncontrollable.
Actinozoon.
One of the actinozoa.
Bother.
To feel care or anxiety, to make or take trouble, to be troublesome.
Disturb.
To throw into disorder or confusion, to derange, to interrupt the settled state of, to excite from a state of rest.
Procession.
To ascertain, mark, and establish the boundary lines of, as lands.
Rostrum.
The beaks, the stage or platform in the forum where orations, pleadings, funeral harangues, etc., were delivered, so called because after the Latin War, it was adorned with the beaks of captured vessels, later, applied also to other platforms erected in Rome for the use of public orators.
Smolder.
To smother, to suffocate, to choke.
Unconcludent.
Inconclusive.
Pons.
The pansy.
Preconstitute.
To constitute or establish beforehand.
Diacritic.
That separates or distinguishes, applied to points or marks used to distinguish letters of similar form, or different sounds of the same letter, as a slash, etc.
Leaden.
Made of lead, of the nature of lead, as a leaden ball.
Semipeniform.
Half or partially peniform, as a semipeniform muscle.
Scriptural.
Contained in the scriptures, according to the scriptures, or sacred oracles, biblical, as a scriptural doctrine.
Characterize.
To indicate the character of, to describe.
Mouser.
One who cries about on the lookout for something.
Span.
To reach from one side of to the other. To stretch over as an arch.
Equinoctial.
Pertaining to an equinox, or the equinoxes, or to the time of equal day and night, as the equinoctial line.
Nitre.
A kind of nightgown for men.
Juratory.
Relating to or comprising an oath, as juratory caution.
emblem,
Imperfect and past participle of emblem, a visible sign of an idea, an object, or the figure of an object, symbolizing and suggesting another object, or an idea, by natural aptness or by association, a figurative representation, a typical designation, a symbol, as a balance is an emblem of justice, a scepter, the emblem of sovereignty or power, a circle, the emblem of eternity.
exhaust,
The foul air let out of the room through a register or pipe provided for the purpose.
locative,
The locative case.
antecedent,
The first of the two terms of a ratio. The first or third of the four terms of a proportion. In the ratio AB, A is the antecedent, and B the consequent.
patricidal,
Of or pertaining to patricide, parasital.
murrain,
A glucoside found in the flowers of the plant Murraya exotica of South Asia and extracted as a white amorphous slightly bitter substance.
derobe,
To divest of robe, to undress, figuratively, to strip of covering, to divest of that which clothes or decorates, as autumn derobes the fields of verdure.
willier,
One who works at a willing machine.
circarian,
A circuronist.
get,
To obtain mental possession of, to learn, to commit to memory, to memorize, as to get a lesson, also without, as, to get out one's Greek lesson.
hosteler,
The keeper of a hostel or inn.
president,
A judicial decision which serves as a rule for future determinations in similar or analogous cases, an authority to be followed in courts of justice, forms of proceeding to be followed in similar cases.
term,
A point, line, or superficies that limits, as a line is the term of a superficies, and a superficies is the term of a solid.
Kabbalism,
The secret science of the Kabbalists.
spoon,
To take up in, or as in, a spoon. A frame of two strong timbers fixed perpendicularly in the forepart of the ship, on which to fasten the cables as the ship rides at anchor, or in warping. Other bits are used for belaying bits, for sustaining the windlass carrack bits, winch bits, or windlass bits, to hold the pawls of the windlass pawl bits, etc.
boasting,
Present participle and verbal noun of boast, to vaunt oneself, to brag, to say or tell things which are intended to give others a high opinion of oneself or of things belonging to oneself, as, to boast of one's exploits, courage, descent, wealth.
hella,
To increase in size, to grow bigger, to become larger or fuller, opposed to wane, insect, under wax.
Fratres.
A subdivision of a file, or tribe, in Athens.
Etchinate.
Set with prickles, prickly, like hedgehog, bristled, as an echinated pericarp.
Evasive.
Tending to evade, or marked by evasion, elusive, shuffling, avoiding by artifice.
Drawling.
The act of speaking with a drawl, a drawl.
Reove.
A copper washer upon which the end of nail is clinched in boat building.
Temporo.
A combining form used in anatomy to indicate connection with, or relation to, the temple, or temporal bone, as temporofacial.
Meris.
The plane surface between the channels of a triglyph.
Crawl.
The act or motion of crawling, slow motion, as of a creeping animal.
Inscrutable.
Unsearchable, incapable of being searched into and understood by inquiry or study, impossible or difficult to be explained or accounted for satisfactorily, obscure, incomprehensible, as an inscrutable design or event.
Impale.
To put to death by thrusting a sharpened stake through the body.
Fat.
To thwack.
Mega.
The middle part of the alimentary canal from the stomach, or entrance of the bile duct, to, or including, the large intestine.
Astounded.
Imperfect and past participle of astound, to astonish, to strike with amazement, to confound with wonder, surprise, or fear.
Ready-witted.
Having ready wit.
Null.
Lower by a semitone, flat, as, E-moll, that is, E-flat.
Loxodromy.
The science of loxodromics.
Filvet.
A small singing bird, as the nightingale and warblers.
Reprieve.
To delay the punishment of, to suspend the execution of sentence on, to give a respite to respite, as, to reprieve a criminal for 30 days.
Angustation.
The act of making narrow, a straightening or contacting.
Atony.
Want of tone, weakness of the system, or of any organ, especially of such as are contractile.
Roundel.
A bastion of a circular form.
Notification.
The act of notifying, or giving notice, the act of making known, especially, the act of giving official notice or information to the public or to individuals, corporations, companies, or societies, by words, by writing, or by other means.
Moralize.
To give a moral quality to affect the moral quality of, either for better or worse.
Nod.
To fill in, as between scantling, with brickwork.
Tetrahedral.
Having one-fourth the number of planes which are requisite to complete symmetry. A pie, a little pie.
Open.
To make known, to discover, also, to render available or accessible for settlements, trade, etc.
Raw.
Soar, as if by being galled.
Fireman.
A man who tends the fires, as of a steam engine, a stalker.
Diastem.
Intervening space, interval.
Wifehood.
The state of being a wife, the character of a wife.
Region.
The inhabitants of a district. The beech tree.
Wallada.
A leguminous tree Falcata, of Demerara, with pinnate leaves and clusters of red flowers. The reddish-brown wood is used for palings and shingles.
Articulation.
One of the notes or joints, as in cane and maize.
Glochidiate.
Having barbs, as glochidiate bristles.
Replenish.
Imperfect and past participle of replenish, to fill again after having been diminished or emptied, to stock anew, hence, to fill completely, to cause to abound.
Colleague.
Imperfect and past participle of kali, to render black or dark, as of with coal smut, to begrime.
Generator.
An apparatus in which vapor or gas is formed from a liquid or solid by means of heat or chemical process, as a steam boiler, gas retort, or vessel for generating carbonic acid gas, etc.
Fragmented.
Broken into fragments.
Fumidness.
The state of being fumid, smokiness.
Osteoma.
A tumor composed mainly of bone, a tumor of a bone.
Swillings.
The wash, or mixture of liquid substances, given to swine, hogwash, called also swillings.
Mortgage.
Hence, to pledge, either literally or figuratively, to make subject to a claim or obligation.
Father.
Imperfect and past participle of father, a dignitary of the church, a superior of a convent, a confessor called also father confessor, or a priest, also. the eldest member of a profession, or of a legislative assembly, etc.
Paradine.
A piece of a fallen wall, a ruin.
Telegrapher.
One who sends telegraphic messages, a telegraphic operator, a telegraphist.
Protestantical.
Of or pertaining to the faith and practice of those Christians who reject the authority of the Roman Catholic Church, as Protestant writers.
Theon.
A bearing representing the head of a dart or javelin, with long barbs which are engrailed on the inner edge.
Idolize.
To love to excess, to love or reverence to adoration, as to idolize gold, children, a hero.
Fetch.
To fetch.
Condolement.
Sorrow, mourning, lamentation.
Attainment.
That which is attained to, or obtained by exertion, acquirement, acquisition, plural, mental acquirements, knowledge, as literary and scientific attainments.
Paleograph.
An ancient manuscript.
Define.
To define.
Huff.
A boaster, one swelled with a false opinion of his own value or importance.
Vulcanized.
Imperfect and past participle of vulcanize, to change the properties of, as caoutchouc, or India rubber, by the process of vulcanization.
Peep.
The cry of a young chicken, a chirp.
Hebridean.
Of or pertaining to the islands called Hebrides, west of Scotland.
Tilled.
Imperfect and past participle of till, a deposit of clay, sand, and gravel, without lamination, formed in a glacier valley by means of the waters derived from the melting glaciers, sometimes applied to alluvium of an upper river terrace, when not laminated, and appearing as if formed in the same manner.
Clean.
Free from errors and vulgarisms, as a clean style.
Opiniastrous.
Opiniastrous is an obsolete adjective meaning opinionated or rigidly opinionated. It describes someone who is strongly attached to their own opinions and resistant to change.
Ensilage.
To preserve in a silo, as to ensilage corn stalks.
Deadwood.
A mass of timbers built into the bow and stern of a vessel to give solidity.
Thorpe.
A group of houses in the country, a small village, a hamlet, a dorp, now chiefly occurring in names of places and persons, as Althorp, Mablethorpe.
Cramp iron.
A piece of wood having a curve corresponding to that of the upper part of the instep, on which the upper leather of a boot is stretched to give it the requisite shape.
Ghost.
The seashore, or land near Italian.
Tumbled.
Imperfect and past participle of tumble. To turn over, to turn or throw about, as for examination or search, to roll or move in a rough, coarse, or unceremonious manner, to throw down or headlong, to precipitate, sometimes with over, about, etc., as, to tumble books or papers.
Sea lamprey.
The common lamprey.
Sprint.
Of springe, sprinkled.
Cascade.
A fall of water over a precipice, as in a river or brook, a waterfall less than a cataract.
Hippa.
A genus of marine decapod crustaceans, which burrow rapidly in the sand by pushing themselves backward, called also bait bug under an umbrella.
Vexed.
Annoyed, harassed, troubled.
Tutor.
One who has the charge of a child or pupil in his estate, a guardian.
Mannering.
Present participle and verbal noun of manure, any matter which makes land productive, a fertilizing substance, as the contents of stables and barnyards, dung, decaying animal or vegetable substances, etc.
Endosperm.
The albumin of a seed, limited by recent writers to that formed within the embryo sac.
Apostymation.
The formation of an aposteme, the process of separation.
Praetor.
A civil officer or magistrate among the ancient Romans.
Tussa silk.
A silk cloth made from the cocoons of a caterpillar other than the common silkworm, much used in Bengal and China.
Reattainment.
The act of reattaining.
Frithy.
Woody.
Propagate.
To generate, to produce.
Rentable.
Capable of being rented, or suitable for renting.
Dog's tail grass.
A hardy species of British grass Cynoceros cristatus, which abounds in grasslands, and is well suited for making straw plate, called also gold seed.
Magistracy.
The collective body of magistrates.
Tace.
The cross, or church, of Saint Anthony 6, under cross, N. To take hold of, to hold fast, to adhere to, as the anchor bites the ground.
Drew.
Imperfect of draw, to move, to come or go, literally, to draw oneself, with prepositions and adverbs, as, to draw away, to move off, especially in racing, to get in front, to obtain the lead or increase it, to draw back, to retreat, to draw level, to move up even with another, to come up to or overtake another, to draw off, to retire or retreat, to draw on, to advance, to draw up, to form an array, to draw near, nigh, or towards, to approach, to draw together, to come together, to collect.
Bow.
An ornamental knot with projecting loops, formed by doubling a ribbon or string.
Dulciliquide.
A soft manner of speaking.
Chew.
That which is chewed, that which is held in the mouth at once. A cud.
Stenum.
The technical name of an elementary substance found as an oxide in the mineral cassiterite, and reduced as a soft white crystalline metal, malleable at ordinary temperatures, but brittle when heated. It is not easily oxidized in the air, and is used chiefly to coat iron to protect it from rusting, in the form of tinfoil with mercury to form the reflective surface of mirrors, and in solder, bronze, speculum metal, and other alloys. Its compounds are designated as stannous, or stannic, symbol SN stannum, atomic weight 117.4.
Clicky.
Resembling a click, abounding in clicks.
Woolman.
One who deals in wool.
Artificialness.
The quality of being artificial.
Protomorphic.
Having the most primitive character, in the earliest form, as a protomorphic layer of tissue.
Rheosystyle.
The clear space between two columns, measured at the bottom of their shafts.
Cause.
To require to be born or suffered, to cause.
Intravilled.
Having never visited foreign countries, not having gained knowledge or experience by travel, as an untraveled Englishman.
Venisum.
The thorax of arthropods.
Burr.
A tree of several species, constituting the genus Batule, as the white or common birch before alba, also called silver birch and lady birch, the dwarf birch before glandulosa, the paper or canoe birch before papyracea, the yellow birch before lutea, the black or cherry birch before lenta.
Parabronchial.
Around the bronchi or bronchial tubes, as the parabronchial lymphatics.
Lin.
To yield, to stop, to cease.
Vigilantly.
In a vigilant manner.
Buoy.
Imperfect and past participle of buoy, a float, especially a floating object moored to the bottom, to mark a channel or to point out the position of something beneath the water, as an anchor, shoal, rock, etc.
Vineyardist.
one who cultivates a vineyard.
Cushion.
A mass of steam in the end of the cylinder of a steam engine to receive the impact of the piston.
Burr.
Burr is an alternative form of the word burr, which refers to a historical term for Zoroastrians or fire worshippers. It is derived from the Persian word gabr.
Salvatory.
A place where things are preserved, a repository.
Tongue ester.
One who uses his tongue, a talker, a storyteller, a gossip.
Uncouth.
Unknown, strange.
Derided.
Imperfect and past participle of deride, to laugh at with contempt, to laugh to scorn, to turn to ridicule or make sport of, to mock, to scoff at.
Inwardly.
Intimately, thoroughly.
Purchase.
To obtain by paying money or its equivalent, to buy for a price, as, to purchase land, or a house.
Accentless.
Without accent.
Dermopathic.
Of or pertaining to skin diseases, or their cure.
Zoographer.
One who describes animals, their forms and habits.
Adfluxin.
The act of flowing towards, afflicts.
Archaeologist.
One versed in archaeology, an antiquary.
Baying.
The bleating of a sheep.
Gross.
Thick, dense, not attenuated, as, a gross medium.
Straighten.
To make straight, to make narrow, hence, to contract, to confine.
Megasthenic.
Having a typically large size, belonging to the megasthens.
Patina.
A dish or plate of metal or earthenware, a patella.
Tenity.
Poverty, indigence.
Whale.
A ridge or streak rising above the surface, as of cloth, hence, the texture of cloth.
Somersault.
A leap in which a person turns his heels over his head and lights upon his feet, a turning end over end.
Lopsided.
Imbalanced, poorly proportioned, full of idiosyncrasies.
Overdress.
To dress or adorn to excess, to dress too much.
Imitate.
To resemble another species of animal, or a plant, or inanimate object, in form, color, ornamentation, or instinctive habits, so as to derive an advantage thereby. Saw, when a harmless snake imitates a venomous one in color and manner, or when an odorless insect imitates, in color, one having secretion offensive to birds.
hang,
to slope down, as hanging grounds.
support,
To bear by being under, to keep from falling, to uphold, to sustain, in a literal or physical sense, to prop up, to bear the weight of, as a pillar supports a structure, an abutment supports an arch, the trunk of a tree supports the branches.
splinting,
Present participle and verbal noun of splint, a thin piece of wood or other substance used to keep in place or protect an injured part, especially a broken bone when
romantic,
of or pertaining to Rome or its people.
supernal,
Relating or belonging to things above, celestial, heavenly, as supernal grace.
brawling,
Making a loud confused noise, to make a loud confused noise, as the water of a rapid stream running over stones.
surglus,
Free from surges, smooth, calm.
puffer,
A care,
rebuke,
a direct and pointed reproof, a reprimand, also, chastisement, punishment.
tenric,
A small insectivore scented Secaudatus, native of Madagascar, but introduced also into the islands of Bourbon and Mauritius, called also Tanric. The name is applied to other allied genera, any one of several species of small insectivores of the family Scented, belonging to Ericulus, Echinid, and related genera, native of Madagascar. They are more or less spinose and resemble the hedgehog in habits. The rice Tendracris rictora is very injurious to rice crops. Some of the species are called also tenric.
blow,
To cause to blossom, to put forth blossoms or flowers.
castellan,
A governor or warden of a castle.
entrocoal,
A paravisceral cavity which arises as an outgrowth or outgrowths from the digestive tract, distinguished from a schizocoel, which arises by a splitting of the mesoblast of the embryo.
irritable,
Susceptible of irritation, unduly sensitive to irritants or stimuli, the act of exciting, or the condition of being excited to action, by stimulation, as the condition of an organ of sense, when its nerve is affected by some external body, especially the act of exciting muscle fibers to contraction, by artificial stimulation, as the irritation of a motor nerve by electricity, also the condition of a muscle and nerve under such stimulation.
kitchen,
A cookroom, the room of the house appropriated to cookery.
flare,
A spreading outward, as the flare of a fireplace.
lichened,
Belonging to or covered with lichens.
interpenetration,
The act of penetrating between or within other substances, mutual penetration.
Spiral.
Winding or circling round a center or pole and gradually receding from it, as the spiral curve of a watch spring.
Collation.
To partake of a collation.
Desirously.
With desire, eagerly.
Hasty.
Proceeding from, or indicating, a quick temper.
Polonaise.
Of or pertaining to the poles, or to Poland.
Dissolution.
Change from a solid to fluid state, solution by heat or moisture, liquefaction, melting.
Giga.
A small piece of flesh, a slice.
Assy.
Trial, attempt, essay.
Scrog.
A stunted shrub, bush, or branch.
Hamstring.
Imperfect and past participle of hamstring, one of the great tendons situated in each side of the ham, or space back of the knee, and connected with the muscles of the back of the thigh.
Corruptible.
Capable of being corrupted, or morally vitiated, susceptible of deprivation.
Primary.
First in order of time or development or in intention, primitive, fundamental, original.
Jerk.
A sudden start or spring.
House breaking.
The act of breaking open and entering, with a felonious purpose, the dwelling house of another, whether done by day or night, a 12th part of the heavens, as divided by 6 circles intersecting at the north and south points of the horizon, used by astrologers in noting the positions of the heavenly bodies, and casting horoscopes or nativities. The houses were regarded as fixed in respect to the horizon, and numbered from the one at the eastern horizon, called the ascendant, first house, or house of life, downward, or in the direction of the earth's revolution, the stars and planets passing through them in the reverse order every 24 hours.
Border.
A narrow flower bed.
Genital.
Pertaining to generation, or to the generative organs.
Cully.
To trick, cheat, or impose on, to deceive.
Marabou.
A large stork of the genus Leptoptylos, formerly Ciconia, especially the African species Latin cruminifer, which furnishes plumes worn as ornaments. The Asiatic species Latin dubius, or Latin argala, is the adjutant. A species of very large stork Ciconia argala, a native of India, called also the gigantic crane, and by the native name argala, it is noted for its serpent-destroying habits.
Unaccurateness.
Inaccuracy.
Proa.
A sailing canoe of the Ladrone Islands and Malay Archipelago, having its lee side flat and its weather side like that of an ordinary boat. The ends are alike. The canoe is long and narrow, and is kept from overturning by a cigar-shaped log attached to a frame extending several feet to windward. It has been called the flying proa, and is the swiftest sailing craft known.
Exerhusa.
A plant whose radicle is not enclosed or sheathed by the cotyledons or plumule.
Bra.
A peculiar brat-shaped spike, to be driven alongside the end of an abutting timber to prevent its slipping.
Terrian.
Adrian.
Phonocomptic.
Reflecting sound.
Magnolia.
A genus of American and Asiatic trees, with aromatic bark and large sweet-scented whitish or reddish flowers.
Constable.
A high officer in the monarchical establishments of the Middle Ages.
Anthropomorphous.
Having the figure of, or resemblance to, a man, as, an anthropomorphous plant.
Toiling.
Present participle and verbal noun of toil. Labor with pain and fatigue, labor that oppresses the body or mind, especially the body.
Shakespearean.
Of, pertaining to, or in the style of, Shakespeare or his works.
Roar.
The deep, loud cry of a wild beast, as, the roar of a lion.
Smart.
Smartweed, water pepper.
Honorable.
Proceeding from an upright and laudable cause, or directed to just and proper end, not base, irreproachable, fair, as, an honorable motive.
Spadeful.
As much as a spade will hold or lift.
Mute.
May, must, might.
Acidly.
Sourly, tartly.
Phylacter.
Wearing a phylactery.
Prank.
Imperfect and past participle of prank, to adorn in a showy manner, to dress or equip ostentatiously, often followed by up, as, to prank up the body, to dress or adjust one's self for show, to prank.
Scritiform.
Purse shape, pouch shape.
Cochineal fig.
A plant of Central and Southern America, of the cactus family, extensively cultivated for the sake of the cochineal insect, which lives on Italian.
Jibbed.
Imperfect and past participle of jibe, to shift, as the boom of a fore and aft sail, from one side of a vessel to the other when the wind is aft or on the quarter, to shift from one side of a vessel to the other, said of the boom of the fore and aft sail when the vessel is steered off the wind until the sail fills on the opposite side.
flocculent,
clothed with small flocks or flakes, woolly.
individuator,
One who, or that which, individuates.
uver,
A block or long slat of wood, perforated for the passage of the crowfoot, or cords by which an awning is held up.
monesia,
The bark, or a vegetable extract brought in solid cakes from South America and believed to be derived from the bark of the tree Chrysophyllum glyciflum. It is used as an alterative and astringent.
clippus,
A small mammal Hyrax capensis, found in South Africa. It is of about the size of a rabbit and closely resembles a daemon, called also rock rat.
entra,
A cavern or cavity, especially an anatomical cavity or sinus.
play,
The act or practice of contending for victory, amusement, or a prize, as at dice, cards, or billiards, gaming, as to lose a fortune in play.
rhododendron,
A genus of shrubs or small trees, often having handsome evergreen leaves, and remarkable for the beauty of their flowers. Rosebay.
reveler,
One who revels.
post,
A station, or one of a series of stations, established for the refreshment and accommodation of travelers on some recognized route, as a stage or railway post.
break,
To make an abrupt or sudden change, to change the gait, as to break into a run or gallop.
dish,
To make concave, or depress in the middle, like a dish, as to dish a wheel by inclining the spokes.
square,
To place at right angles with the keel, as to square the yards.
taut,
To take off the or upper part of, to crop.
trader,
One engaged in trade or commerce, one who makes a business of buying and selling or of barter, a merchant, a trafficker, as a trader to the East Indies, a country trader.
rocking stone,
A stone, often of great size and weight, resting upon another stone, and so exactly poised that it can be rocked, or slightly moved, with but little force.
ciliograde,
Moving by means of cilia, or cilia-like organs, as the ciliograde medusa.
stenic,
Of or pertaining to tin, derived from or containing tin, specifically, designating those compounds in which the element has a higher valence as contrasted with stannous compounds.
miasmatic,
Containing, or relating to, miasma, caused by miasma, as miasmatic diseases.
surrogate,
To put in the place of another, to substitute.
effronteously,
impudently,
litanies,
a solemn form of supplication in the public worship of various churches, in which the clergy and congregation join, the former leading and the latter responding in alternate sentences. It is usually of a penitential character.
reviewing,
Present participle and verbal noun of review, and inspection, as of troops under arms or of a naval force, by a high officer, for the purpose of ascertaining the state of discipline, equipments, etc.
intrafusion,
The act of pouring into a vessel, specifically medicine, the operation of introducing a substance into a blood vessel, as intrafusion of blood.
amatorially,
In an amatorial manner.
30,
The sum of 3/10, or 20 and 10, 30 units or objects.
loaf,
To spend time in idleness, to lounge or loiter about.
enerve,
To weaken, to enervate.
chagrined,
Made or covered with a leather called shagreen.
overlook,
Imperfect and past participle of overlook, to look over and beyond anything, without seeing it, to miss or omit in looking, hence, to refrain from bestowing notice or attention upon, to neglect, to pass over without censure or punishment, to excuse.
requisitor,
One who makes requisition, especially one authorized by a requisition to investigate facts.
inauspicate,
Not auspicious, ill-omened, unfortunate, unlucky, unfavorable.
break,
An instrument or machine to break or bruise the woody part of flax or hemp so that it may be separated from the fiber.
audies,
The art or practice of foretelling events by observing the actions of birds, etc. Divination.
spire,
A tube or fuse for communicating fire to the chardon in blasting.
value,
To raise to estimation, to cause to have value, either real or apparent, to enhance in value.
desirousness,
The state of being desirous.
housewife,
A little case or bag for materials used in sewing, and for other articles of female work, called also hussy.
60,
6 times 20, 120.
municipalism,
Municipal condition.
lauren,
A white crystalline substance extracted from the fruit of the Laurus nobilis, and consisting of a complex mixture of glycerin ethers of several organic acids.
find,
To gain, as the object of desire or effort, as, to find leisure, To find means.
Clipping.
Present participle and verbal noun of leap. To make appeal. To cry out.
Shroud.
To take shelter or harbor.
Reprovingly.
In a reproving manner.
Aboriginal.
Of or pertaining to Aborigines, as a Hindu of Aboriginal blood.
60.
A symbol representing 60 units, as 60, 60, or 60.
Study.
A piece for special practice, a study, an exercise, a piece for practice of some special point of technical execution.
Purifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of purify, to make pure or clear from material defilement, admixture, or imperfection, to free from extraneous or noxious matter, as, to purify liquors or metals, to purify the blood, to purify the air.
Inditer.
One who indicts.
Vice.
An instrument consisting of two jaws, closing by a screw, lever, cam, or the like, for holding work, as in filing.
Landscape.
A landscape.
Disobligation.
The act of disobliging.
Ecchymosis.
A livid or black and blue spot, produced by the extravasation or effusion of blood into the areolar tissue from a contusion.
Depuratory.
Depurating, tending to depurate or cleanse, depurative.
Swound.
To sink into a fainting fit in which there is an apparent suspension of the vital functions and mental powers, to faint, often with a way.
Chatter.
To talk idly, carelessly, or with undue rapidity, to jabber, to prate.
Holding.
A tenure, a farm or other estate held of another.
Melanic.
Affected with melanism, of the nature of melanism.
Vulturine.
Of or pertaining to vulture, resembling a vulture in qualities or looks, as the vulturine sea eagle Gypahyrax angolensis, vulturine rhopacity.
Hard-handed.
Having hard hands, as a manual laborer.
Gushingly.
Weakly, sentimentally, effusively.
Phrenums.
A connecting fold of membrane serving to support or restrain any part, as the frenum of the tongue.
Standard.
A tree of natural size supported by its own stem, and not dwarfed by grafting on the stalk of a smaller species nor trained upon a wall or trellis.
Insuli.
An insulating material. usually some variety of compressed cellulose, made of sawdust, paper pulp, cotton waste, etc.
Refrigeratory.
That which refrigerates or cools.
Druidish.
Pertaining to, or resembling, the Druids.
Beryl.
The alkali produced from the plant, being an impure carbonate of soda, used for making soap, glass, etc., and for bleaching purposes.
Absorted.
Wrested away.
Practical.
Hidden, secret, occult.
Irritably.
In an irritable manner.
Persist.
To stand firm, to be fixed and unmoved, to stay, to continue steadfastly, especially, to continue fixed in a course of conduct against opposing motives, to persevere, sometimes conveying an unfavorable notion, as of doggedness or obstinacy.
Duel.
A combat between two persons, fought with deadly weapons, by agreement. It usually arises from an injury done or an affront given by one to the other.
Yellowtail.
The sailor's choice Diplodus rhomboids.
Industry.
Human exertion of any kind employed for the creation of value, and regarded by some as a species of capital or wealth, labor.
Bell.
Anything in the form of a bell, as the cup or coral of a flower.
Ton great.
Having the circumference of a ton.
Hanseling.
Present participle and verbal noun of hansel, a sill, gift, or delivery into the hand of another, especially, a sill, gift, delivery, or using which is the first of a series, and regarded as an omen for the rest, a first installment, an earnest, as the first money received for the sale of goods in the morning. The first money taken at a shop newly opened. The first present sent to a young woman on her wedding day, etc.
Concreted.
Imperfect and past participle of concrete, a mixture of gravel, pebbles, or broken stone with cement or with tar, etc., used for sidewalks, roadways, foundations, etc., and especially for submarine structures.
Academy.
A society of learned men united for the advancement of the arts and sciences, and literature, or some particular art or science, as the French Academy, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, Academies of Literature and Philology.
Pericardial.
Of or pertaining to pericardium, situated around the heart.
Jibbed.
Imperfect and past participle of jibe, to shift, as the boom of the fore and aft sail, from one side of a vessel to the other when the wind is aft or on the quarter. To shift from one side of a vessel to the other, said of the boom of the fore and aft sail when the vessel is steered off the wind until the sail fills on the opposite side.
Philomel.
A genus of birds including the nightingales.
Dolphin.
In old ordnance, one of the handles above the trunnions by which the gun was lifted.
Economical.
Relating to domestic economy, or to the management of household affairs.
Zotko.
A plain block or plinth forming a low pedestal. Any base, especially the base of a statue, column, or the like, in classical architecture, a vertically faced member immediately below the circular base of a column, also, the lowest member of a pedestal. Hence, in general, the lowest member of a base, a sub-base, a block upon which the moldings of an architrave or trim are stopped at the bottom of column.
Irrebuttable.
Incapable of being rebutted.
Aval.
To descend, to fall, to dismount.
Wane.
A chariot.
Noble-minded.
Having a noble mind, honorable, magnanimous.
Flit.
To flutter, to rove on the wing.
Vice.
Denoting one who in certain cases may assume the office or duties of a superior, designating an officer or an office that is second in rank or authority, as vice president, vice agent, vice consul, etc.
Range.
To sail or pass in a direction parallel to or near, as to range the coast.
Unvil.
To free from possession by a devil or evil spirit, to exorcise.
Stayed.
A landing place or wharf.
Blot.
A blot or spot, as of color or of ink, especially a large or irregular spot, also figuratively, as a marl blotch.
Fulfillment.
The act of fulfilling, accomplishment, completion, as the fulfillment of prophecy.
Wide.
The lapwing.
Wound.
To accustom, use reflexively.
Wire puller.
One who pulls the wires, as of a puppet, hence, one who operates by secret means, an intriguer.
Particularize.
To give as a particular, or as the particulars, to mention particularly, to give the particulars of, to enumerate or specify in detail.
Kempson.
A hot southwesterly wind in Egypt, coming from the Sahara.
Legitimateness.
The state or quality of being legitimate, lawfulness, genuineness.
Section.
A distinct part of a country or people, community, class, or the like, a part of a territory separated by geographical lines, or of a people considered as distinct.
Raven.
to obtain or seize by violence.
remorseful,
Inclined to remit punishment, lenient, clement.
hummock,
To moisten, to wet.
seg,
The gladen, and other species of iris.
range,
To place as a single individual, among others in a line, row, or order, as in the ranks of an army, usually, reflexively and figuratively, in the sense, to espouse a cause, to join a party, etc.
fiduciary,
Involving confidence or trust, confident, undoubting, faithful, firm, as in a fiduciary capacity.
drunk,
Intoxicated with, or as with, strong drink, inebriated, drunken, never used attributively, but always predicatively, as, the man is drunk not, a drunk man.
melon,
The juicy fruit of certain cucurbitaceous plants, as the muskmelon, watermelon, and citron melon, also, the plant that produces the fruit.
trypsinogen,
The antecedent of trypsin, a substance which is contained in the cells of the pancreas and gives rise to the trypsin.
fig,
Figure, dress, array.
mercury,
A Latin god of commerce and gain, treated by the poets as identical with the Greek Hermes, messenger of the gods, conductor of souls to the lower world, and god of eloquence.
say,
To mention or suggest as an estimate, hypothesis, or approximation, hence, to suppose, in the imperative, followed sometimes by the subjunctive, as, he had, say $50,000, the fox had run, say 10 miles.
dextrad,
Toward the right side, dexterly.
abid,
Of abide.
imperforata,
A division of foraminifera, including those in which the shell is not porous.
melodish,
A native or natives of Madagascar also sing the language.
chettle,
A pipe, funnel, or chimney, as for smoke.
alcove,
Any natural recess analogous to an alcove or recess in an apartment.
sirenical,
Like, or appropriate to, a siren, fascinating, deceptive.
engraftment,
The thing engrafted, a scion.
kittling,
A young kid.
ambuscade,
A lying in a wood, concealed, for the purpose of attacking an enemy by surprise. Hence, a lying in wait, and concealed in any situation, for a like purpose, a snare laid for an enemy, an ambush.
Formal.
belonging to the form, shape, frame, external appearance, or organization of a thing.
Willowed.
Abounding with willows, containing willows, covered or overgrown with willows.
Glared.
Imperfect and past participle of glare, smooth and bright or translucent, used almost exclusively of ice, as skating on glare ice.
Betokened.
Imperfect and past participle of betoken, to foreshow by present signs, to indicate something future by that which is seen or known, as a dark cloud often betokens a storm.
When.
At what time? Used interrogatively.
Papacy.
The office and dignity of the Pope, or Pontiff, of Rome, papal jurisdiction.
Break.
A bridge.
Barley break.
An ancient rehearsal game, commonly played round stacks of barley, or other grain, in which some of the party attempt to catch others who run from goal.
Telemeter.
An instrument used for measuring the distance of an object from an observer, as a telescope with a micrometer for measuring the apparent diameter of an object whose real dimensions are known.
Hash.
Imperfect and past participle of hash, that which is hashed or chopped up, meat and vegetables, especially such as have been already cooked, chopped into small pieces and mixed.
Stucco.
Work made of stucco, stucco work.
Lewd.
Belonging to the lower classes, or the rabble, idle and lawless, bad, vicious.
Declaim.
To speak rhetorically, to make a formal speech or oration, to harangue, specifically, to recite a speech, poem, etc., in public as a rhetorical exercise, to practice public speaking, as the students declaim twice a week.
Angelfish.
A spiritual, celestial being, superior to man in power and intelligence. In the scriptures, the angels appear as God's messengers.
Forecast.
To foresee, to calculate beforehand, so as to provide for.
Mold.
Crumbling, soft, friable earth, especially earth containing the remains or constituents of organic matter, and suited to the growth of plants, soil.
Music.
Melody, a rhythmical and otherwise agreeable succession of tones.
Va.
A large vessel, cistern, or tub, especially one used for holding in an immature state chemical preparations for dyeing, or for tanning leather, or the like.
Sig.
Urine.
Plowman.
One who plows, or who holds and guides a plow, hence, husbandman,
upturn,
to turn up, to direct upward, to throw up, as, to turn the ground in plowing,
terminate,
to be limited in space by a point, line, or surface, to stop short, to end, to cease, as, the torrid zone terminates at the tropics.
worship,
To perform acts of homage or adoration, especially to perform religious service.
singer,
A machine for singing cloth.
ecliptic,
A great circle drawn on a terrestrial globe, making an angle of 23 degrees 28 with the equator, used for illustrating and solving astronomical problems.
retired,
Withdrawn from active duty or business, as a retired officer, a retired physician.
copse,
A wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes, a wood of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a grove of small growth, a thicket of brushwood, a wood cut at certain times for fuel or other purposes. See copse.
thick,
Dull, not quick, as, thick of fearing.
no,
To be acquainted with, to be no stranger to be more or less familiar with the person, character, etc. of, to possess experience of, as, to know an author, to know the rules of an organization.
syncopize,
To syncopate,
molten,
past participle of melt, hence, to soften, as by a warming or kindly influence, to relax, to render gentle or susceptible to mild influences, sometimes, in a bad sense, to take away the firmness of, to weaken.
zephyr,
The west wind, poetically, any soft, gentle breeze.
plate,
That part of an artificial set of teeth which fits to the mouth and holds the teeth in place. It may be of gold, platinum, silver, rubber, celluloid, etc.
collected,
Self-possessed, composed.
bracketing,
Present participle and verbal noun of bracket, one of two characters, used to enclose a reference, explanation, or note, or a part to be excluded from a sentence, to indicate an interpolation, to rectify a mistake, or to supply an omission, and for certain other purposes, called also crotch.
fester,
To generate pus, to become inflamed and suppurate, as a sore or a wound festers.
Phrenomagnetism.
The power of exciting the organs of the brain by magnetic or mesmeric influence.
Halogenous.
Of the nature of a halogen.
Tridactyl.
Having 3 fingers or toes, or composed of 3 movable parts attached to a common base.
Spontaneous.
Proceeding from, or acting by, internal impulse, energy, or natural law, without external force, as spontaneous motion, spontaneous growth.
Trampling.
Present participle and verbal noun of trample, to tread underfoot, to tread down, to prostrate by treading, as to trample grass or flowers.
Winkingly.
In a winking manner, with the eye almost closed.
Univalve.
A shell consisting of one valve only. A mollusk whose shell is composed of a single piece, as the snails and conchs.
12.
The number next following 11, the sum of 10 and 2, or of twice 6, 12 units or objects, a dozen.
Trim.
To arrange in due order for sailing, as to trim the sails.
Decor.
To decorate, to beautify.
Vesper.
The evening star, Hesper, Venus, when seen after sunset, hence, the evening.
Bulldog.
A variety of dog, of remarkable ferocity, courage, and tenacity of grip, so named, probably, from being formerly employed in baiting bulls.
Ardentness.
Warmth of passion or affection, ardor, vehemence, eagerness, as the ardency of love or zeal.
Quack.
To make vain and loud pretensions, to boast.
Transflux.
A flowing through, across, or beyond.
Furrowed.
Imperfect and past participle of furrow, any trench, channel, or groove, as in wood or metal. A wrinkle on the face, as the furrows of age.
Dropper.
To make a dropper in, as to dropper tenon.
Syngenesis.
A theory of generation in which each germ is supposed to contain the germs of all subsequent generations, the opposite of epigenesis.
Exulcerative.
Tending to cause ulcers, exulceratory.
Interact.
A short act or piece between others, as in a play, an interlude, hence, intermediate employment or time.
Insociable.
Incapable of being associated, joined, or connected.
Indistinctable.
Not distinguishable, not capable of being perceived, known, or discriminated as separate and distinct. hence not capable of being perceived or known, as, in the distance the flagship was indistinguishable. The two copies were indistinguishable in form or color. The difference between them was indistinguishable.
Vaporousness.
The quality of being vaporous.
Vavine.
A variety of nephelite from Vesuvius.
Ostracized.
Imperfect and past participle of ostracize. To banish from society. To put under the ban. To cast out from social, political, or private favor, as he was ostracized by his former friends.
Rocha.
The European Redgern or Triglopini.
Forties.
A symbol expressing 40 units, as 0, or 40.
Dart.
To throw with a sudden effort or thrust, as a dart or other missile weapon, to hurl or launch.
Giggle.
A kind of laugh, with short catches of the voice or breath, a light, silly laugh.
Gastropoda.
One of the classes of mollusca, of great extent, it includes most of the marine spiral shells, and the land and freshwater snails. They generally creep by means of a flat, muscular disc, or foot, on the ventral side of the body. The head usually bears one or two pairs of tentacles, one of the grand divisions of the animal kingdom, including the classes Cephalopoda, Gastropoda, Tripodascophopoda, and Lamellibranchiata, or Conchifera. These animals have an unsegmented bilateral body, with most of the organs and parts paired, but not repeated longitudinally. Most of them develop a mantle, which encloses either a branchial or a pulmonary cavity. They are generally more or less covered and protected by a calcareous shell, which may be univalve, bivalve, or multivalve.
Timorous.
Fearful of danger, timid, deficient in courage.
Sclerodermata.
The stony corals, the madrepararia.
Solicitation.
Excitement, invitation, as the solicitation of the senses.
Deposit.
To lodge in someone's hands for safekeeping, to commit to the custody of another, to entrust, especially, to place in a bank, as a sum of money subject to order.
Catalectrode.
The negative electrode or pole of a voltaic battery.
Falsity.
The quality of being false, variety or want of conformity to truth.
Direct.
Straightforward, not of crooked ways, or swerving from truth and openness, sincere, outspoken.
Bandage.
To bind, dress, or cover, with a bandage, as, to bandage the eyes.
Geocentrically.
In a geocentric manner.
Sparkler.
A tiger beetle.
Cyprian.
of pertaining or conducing to lewdness.
Lean face.
Having a thin face.
Mossiness.
The state of being mossy.
Paludamentum.
A military cloak worn by a general and his principal officers.
Decemvirship.
The office of a decemvir.
Discriminate.
To make a difference or distinction, to distinguish accurately, as, in judging of evidence, we should be careful to discriminate between probability and slight presumption.
Navis.
A spot or mark on the skin of children when born, a birthmark, usually applied to vascular tumors, that is, those consisting mainly of blood vessels, as dilated arteries, veins, or capillaries.
Procatarxis.
The kindling of a disease into action, also, the procatarctic cause.
Unbend.
To relax in exertion, attention, severity, or the like, hence, to indulge in mirth or amusement.
Anonasis.
Pertaining to the order of plants including the soursop, custard apple, etc.
Stigmatization.
The production of stigmata upon the body, a small spot, mark, scar, or a minute hole, applied especially to a spot on the outer surface of a Graafian follicle, and to spots of intercellular substance in scaly epithelium, or to minute holes in such spots.
Didelphi.
Having the uterus double, of or pertaining to the Didelphia.
Boas.
A genus of large American serpents, including the boa constrictor, the emperor boa of Mexico before Imperator, and the chevalier boa of Peru before X.
Crems.
A variety of white lead, a variety of white lead, see Krems lead, under lead, under lead, N.
Criticized.
Imperfect and past participle of criticize, to express one's views as to the merit or demerit of, especially, to animadvert upon, to find fault with, as, to criticize conduct.
Appease.
To gaze upward.
Hyperyouth.
Highly rectified, very strongly alcoholic, as, hyperif spirits.
Mapping.
Present participle and verbal noun of map, a representation of the surface of the earth, or of some portion of it, showing the relative position of the parts represented, usually on a flat surface. Also, such a representation of the celestial sphere, or of some part of Italian.
Photozincography.
A process, analogous to photolithography, for reproducing photographed impressions transferred to zinc plate.
First.
Preceding all others of a series or kind, the ordinal of one, earliest, as, the first day of a month, the first year of the reign.
Grayback.
The Dowager.
Undulationist.
One who advocates the undulatory theory of life.
Discomposition.
Inconsistency, discordance.
Hockamore.
A Rhenish wine, obsolete. A Rhenish wine, of a light yellow color, either sparkling or still. The name is also given indiscriminately to all Rhenish wines.
Flummery.
Something insipid, or not worth having, empty compliment, trash, unsubstantial talk of writing.
Thicken.
To make close, to fill up interstices in, as, to thicken cloth, to thicken ranks of trees or men.
Create.
Created, composed, begotten.
All work.
A plant Subulari aquatica, with all shaped leaves.
Suboperculum.
The lower opercular bone in fishes.
Type.
A general form or structure common to a number of individuals, hence, the ideal representation of a species, genus, or other group, combining the essential characteristics, an animal or plant possessing or exemplifying the essential characteristics of a species, genus, or other group. Also, a group or division of animals having a certain typical or characteristic structure of body maintained within the group.
Pelvinolus.
One of the minute cushions on the feet of certain insects.
Precautionary.
Of or pertaining to precaution, or precautions, as precautionary signals.
Heteronym.
That which is heteronymous, a thing having a different name or designation from some other thing, opposed to homonym.
Doorless.
Without a door.
Putrefactive.
Causing, or tending to promote, putrefaction.
Traduce.
To translate from one language to another, as, to traduce and compose works.
Lunching.
Present participle and verbal noun of lunch, a luncheon, specifically, a light repast between breakfast and dinner.
Coerce.
To compel or constrain to any action, as, to coerce a man to vote for a certain candidate.
Malcontented.
Discontented, uneasy, dissatisfied, especially, dissatisfied with the government.
Excur.
To run out or forth, to extend.
Garner.
A granary, a building or place where grain is stored for preservation.
Castled.
Fortified, turreted, as, castled walls.
Cateau.
The prostration made by mandarins and others to their superiors, either as homage or worship, by knocking the forehead on the ground. There are degrees in the rite, the highest being expressed by 3 knockings.
Strigen.
Of or pertaining to owls, owl-like.
Wilderness.
A disorderly or neglected place.
Sumption.
The major premise of a syllogism.
Semiotics.
The study of signs as an element of communication. The analysis of systems of communication.
Consul.
An official commission to reside in some foreign country, to care for the commercial interests of the citizens of the appointing government, and to protect its seamen.
Asparagus.
Obsolete or corrupt forms of asparagus.
Virginolic.
Pertaining to, or designating, a fatty acid analogous to a like acid, obtained from castor oil as an oily substance, C/H/O/ with a harsh taste, formerly written retinolic.
Calciferous.
Bearing, producing, or containing calcite, or carbonate of lime.
Fenner.
One who fans.
Liassic.
Of the age of the lias, pertaining to the lias formation.
Entitle.
To give a claim to qualify for, with a direct object of the person, and a remote object of the thing, to furnish with grounds for seeking or claiming with success, as, an officer's talents entitle him to command.
Garb.
Costume, fashion, as, the garb of a gentleman in the 16th century.
Paradoxy.
A paradoxical statement, a paradox.
Digita.
Having 2 fingers or finger-like projections.
Ozonization.
The act of treating with ozone, also, the act of converting into, or producing, ozone, ozonization.
Metazoon.
Certain species of nematodes of the genus Filaria, sometimes found in the blood of man, the horse, the dog, etc.
Gulf.
A portion of an ocean or sea extending into the land, a partially landlocked sea, as the Gulf of Mexico.
Bastos disease.
A disease characterized by enlargement of the thyroid gland, prominence of the eyeballs, and inordinate action of the heart, called also exophthalmic goiter.
Cheese.
Holocourtesy, so called on account of the cheese form assumed by a woman's dress when she stoops after extending the skirts by a rapid gyration.
Defectible.
Tough, thick, capable of extension.
Gothic.
Pertaining to the Goths, as Gothic customs, also rude, barbarous.
Charge.
Duty paid for goods brought on shore.
Exhort.
To incite by words or advice, to animate or urge by arguments, as to a good deed or laudable conduct, to address exhortation to urge strongly, hence, to advise, warn, or caution.
Professionalism.
The following of a profession, sport, etc., as an occupation, opposed to amateurism.
Nibalia.
A genus of small marine crustacea, considered the type of a distinct order Nibeloidea or Philocrita.
Purda.
A curtain or screen, also, a cotton fabric in blue and white stripes, used for curtains.
Pygidium.
The caudal plate of trilobites, crustacean, and certain insects of Limulus and trilobite.
Bedboard.
A cord or rope interwoven in a bedstead so as to support the bed.
Undirected.
Not directed, not guided, left without direction.
Club.
To reach at something, as if to grasp, to catch or snatch, often followed by a.
Remix.
To mix again or repeatedly.
Aisle.
A lateral division of a building, separated from the middle part, called the nave, by a row of columns or piers, which support the roof or an upper wall containing windows, called the clerestory wall.
Sea mud.
A rich slimy deposit in salt marshes and along the seashore, sometimes used as a manure, called also seaweed.
Blossom.
To flourish and prosper.
Director.
The office of director, also, a body of directors taken jointly.
Bull.
To sift or separate the coarser from the finer particles of, as bran from flour, by means of a bolter. To separate, assort, refine, or purify by other means.
Proverbial.
Mentioned or comprised in a proverb, used as a proverb, hence, commonly known as a proverbial expression. His meanness was proverbial.
Versify.
To turn into verse, to render into metrical form, as to versify the Psalms.
Attributed.
Imperfect and past participle of attribute, that which is attributed, a quality which is considered as belonging to, or inherent in, a person or thing, an essential or necessary property or characteristic.
Testimony.
To witness, to test, to prove by testimony.
Mala.
An evil, evils, wrongs, offenses against right and law.
Credential.
Testimonials showing that a person is entitled to credit or has right to exercise official power, as the letters given by a government to an ambassador or envoy, or a certificate that one is a duly elected delegate.
Embowelling.
Of embowel.
Disesteeming.
Present participle and verbal noun of disesteem, to feel an absence of esteem for, to regard with disfavor or slight contempt, to slight.
Bully.
To intimidate with threats and by an overbearing, swaggering demeanor, to act the part of a bully toward.
Vessel.
Figuratively, a person regarded as receiving or containing something, especially scrip, one into whom something is conceived as stored, or in whom something is stored for use, as vessels of wrath or mercy.
Shield bearer.
One who, or that which, carries a shield.
Mustache.
Any conspicuous stripe of color on the side of the head, beneath the eye of a bird.
Close.
Having the parts near each other, dense, solid, compact, as applied to bodies, viscous, tenacious, not volatile, as applied to liquids.
Gate.
The places which command the entrances or access, hence, place of vantage, power, might.
Attendance.
The persons attending, retinue, attendants.
Intoxicating.
Present participle and verbal noun of intoxicate, to make drunk, to inebriate, to excite or to stupefy by strong drink or by a narcotic substance.
Slip.
A long seat or narrow pew in churches, often without a door.
Dressing.
The stuffing of fowls, pigs, etc., force meat.
Stockman.
A herdsman, a ranchman, one owning or having charge of herds of livestock.
Nonage.
Time of life before a person becomes of age, legal immaturity, minority.
Peeping hole.
A hole, or crevice, through which one may peep without being discovered.
Refutable.
Admitting of being refuted or disproved, capable of being proved false or erroneous.
Connective.
A word that connects words or sentences, a conjunction or preposition.
Long tail.
An animal, particularly a log, having an uncut tail. Compare, curtail, dog.
Sentence.
Sense, meaning, significance.
Soft.
Applied to palatal, a sibilant, or a dental consonant as G and gem, C and scent, etc., as distinguished from guttural mute as G and go, C and cone, etc., opposed to hard.
sun,
an East Indian leguminous plant Crotalaria juncea, and its fiber, which is also called sun hemp.
broadcast,
So as to scatter or be scattered in all directions, so as to spread widely, as seed from the hand in sowing, or news from the press.
sick,
Having a strong dislike, disgusted, surfeited, with of, as, to be sick of flattery.
orthopn/a,
Specifically, a morbid condition in which respiration can be performed only in an erect posture. By extension, any difficulty of breathing.
pink,
Half shut, winking.
womanhood,
Women, collectively, womankind.
votaries,
One devoted, consecrated, or engaged by a vow or promise, hence, especially, one devoted, given, or addicted, to some particular service, worship, study, or state of life.
chevo,
A horse, hence, a support or frame.
gallows,
A wretch who deserves the gallows.
lark,
To catch larks, as, to go larking.
breadfruit,
The fruit of a tree Artocarpus incisa, found in the islands of the Pacific, especially the South Sea Islands. It is of a roundish form, from 4 to 6 or 7 inches in diameter, and, when baked, somewhat resembles bread, and is eaten as food, whence the name.
pax,
A tablet or board, on which is a representation of Christ, of the Virgin Mary, or of some saint, and which, in the Mass, was kissed by the priest and then by the people. In medieval times, an osculatory, it is still used in communities, confraternities, etc.
grow,
A short jacket or cloak, made of very thick, coarse cloth, with a hood attached, worn by the Greeks and others in the Levant.
fish,
To try with a fishing rod, to catch fish in, as, to fish a stream.
trading,
Frequented by traders.
vis,
Force, power.
welter,
To wither, to wilt.
kinglet,
A little king, a weak or insignificant king.
bath,
A coarse stuff, usually of cotton, originally made in India, also, an imitation of this fabric made for export.
jollily,
In a jolly manner.
base burn,
Born of low parentage.
tibia,
The fourth joint of the leg of an insect under Coleoptera and under Hexapoda.
Moderator.
The officer who presides over an assembly to preserve order, propose questions, regulate the proceedings, and declare the votes.
Injurie.
To combine or charge with gas, usually with carbonic acid gas, formerly called fixed air.
Directive.
Able to be directed, manageable.
Superior.
Beyond the power or influence of, too great or firm to be subdued or affected by, with a
Trickle.
of or pertaining to a turret or tower, resembling a tower.
Canter.
To cause, as a horse, to go at a canter, to ride a horse at a canter.
Opheroidea.
A class of star-shaped echinoderms having a disc-like body, with slender, articulated arms, which are not grooved beneath and are often very fragile, called also opheroid and opheroidea under brittle star.
Glycidic.
Pertaining to, or derived from, glycide, as, glycidic acid.
Paranetic.
Hortatory, encouraging, persuasive.
KSAR.
A king, a chief, the title of the Emperor of Russia.
Huckster.
A retailer of small articles, of provisions, and the like, a peddler, a hawker.
Jeopardizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of jeopardize, to expose to loss or injury, to risk, to jeopard.
Monitory.
Giving admonition, instructing by way of caution, warning.
Anachronism.
Deviation from the true order of time, anachronism.
Centrolineal.
Converging to center, applied to lines drawn so as to meet in a point or center.
Expert.
Taught by use, practice, or experience, experienced, having facility of operation or performance from practice, knowing and ready from much practice, clever, skillful, as, an expert surgeon, expert in chess or archery.
Coming.
Present participle and verbal noun of come, to disentangle, cleanse, or adjust, with a comb, to lay smooth and straight with, or as with, a comb, as, to comb hair or wool. Present participle and verbal noun of come, to disentangle, cleanse, or adjust, with a comb, to lay smooth and straight with, or as with, a comb, as, to comb hair or wool. See undercombing.
Frequented.
Imperfect and past participle of frequent, often to be met with, happening at short intervals, often repeated or occurring, as, frequent visits.
Qualified.
To be or become qualified, to be fit, as for an office or employment.
Vastity.
Vastness, immensity.
Slender.
uttered with a thin tone, the opposite of broad, as the slender vowels long E and I.
Transparent.
Admitting the passage of light, open, porous, as a transparent veil.
Perivitaline.
Situated around the vitalis, or between the vitalis and zona pellucida of an ovum.
Nonplus.
Of nonplus.
Apiary.
A place where apes are kept.
Typo.
A compositor.
Writing.
A district in charge of an excise officer.
Subtraction.
The taking of a lesser number or quantity from a greater of the same kind or denomination, an operation for finding the difference between two numbers or quantities.
Of.
Imperative of heave.
Gladful.
Full of gladness, joyful, glad.
Epileptic.
Pertaining to, affected with, or of the nature of, epilepsy.
Building.
That which is built, a fabric or edifice constructed, as a house, a church, etc.
A.
An adjective, commonly called the indefinite article, and signifying one or any, but less emphatically.
Out loose.
A loosing from, an escape, an outlet, an evasion.
Cannonading.
Present participle and verbal noun of cannonade, the act of discharging cannon and throwing ball, shell, etc., for the purpose of destroying an army, or battering a town, ship, or fort, usually, an attack of some continuance.
Feigned.
Performed, done, or acted, in a weak or feeble manner, not exhibiting vigor, strength, or energy, slight, as, feigned efforts, feigned resistance.
Arrondissement.
A subdivision of a department.
Acrid.
Caustic, bitter, bitterly irritating, as, acrid temper, mind, writing.
Ouse.
To eject, to turn out.
Whelp.
Imperfect and past participle of whelp, one of the longitudinal ribs or ridges on the barrel of a capstan or a windlass, usually in the plural, as, the whelps of a windlass.
Hayward.
An officer who is appointed to guard hedges, and to keep cattle from breaking or cropping them, and whose further duty it is to impound animals found running at large.
Wagered.
Imperfect and past participle of wager, a contract by which two parties or more agree that a certain sum of money, or other thing, shall be paid or delivered to one of them, on the happening or not happening of an uncertain event.
Find.
To learn by experience or trial. To perceive, to experience, to discover by the intellect or the feelings, to detect, to feel.
Meander.
Fretwork, ornamental work in relief, as carving or embossing, work adorned with frets, ornamental open work or work in relief, especially when elaborate and minute in its parts, hence, any minute play of light and shade, dark and light, or the like.
Mandrake.
The Mayapple pigphyllum peltatum, the flowers of the hawthorn, so called from their time of blossoming, also, the hawthorn.
Pond.
Having or bearing a pom or poms.
Imbase.
To bring down or lower, as in position, value, etc. To debase, to degrade, to deteriorate.
Portal.
A door or gate, hence, a way of entrance or exit, especially one that is grand and imposing.
Intrigue.
To carry on a secret and illicit love or murder.
Trundling.
Present participle and verbal noun of trundle. A motion as of something moving upon little wheels or rollers. A rolling motion.
Igniculus.
A worshipper of fire.
Intrusionist.
One who intrudes, especially one who favors the appointment of a clergyman to a parish by a patron, against the wishes of the parishioners.
Norwegian.
Of or pertaining to Norway, its inhabitants, or its language.
Noise.
Music, in general. A concert, also. A company of musicians. A band.
Metantimonic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid formerly called antimonic acid, analogous to metaphosphoric acid, and obtained as a white amorphous insoluble substance, HSBO3.
Defacer.
One who, or that which, defaces or disfigures.
Zanyism.
State or character of a zany, buffoonery.
Dialist.
A maker of dials, one skilled in dialing.
Gobble.
To swallow or eat greedily or hastily, to gulp.
Maturate.
To make lean, to cause to waste away.
Mean.
That which is mean, or intermediate, between two extremes of place, time, or number. The middle point or place, middle rate or degree, mediocrity, medium, absence of extremes or excess, moderation, measure.
Del.
Share, portion, part.
Sore.
In a sore manner, with pain, grievously.
Amoebian.
One of the ambia.
Calumny.
false accusation of a crime or offense, maliciously made or reported, to the injury of another, malicious misrepresentation, slander, detraction.
Gastrotomy.
A cutting into, or opening of, the abdomen or the stomach.
Entertain.
To give hospitable reception and maintenance to receive at one's board, or into one's house, to receive as a guest.
Rill.
To make a loud or heavy rumbling noise, as the thunder rolls.
Generalissimo.
The chief commander of an army, especially the commander-in-chief of an army consisting of two or more grand divisions under separate commanders, a title used in most foreign countries.
Duodenum.
The part of the small intestines between the stomach and the jejunum, a substance which, when applied to a wound or ulcer, promotes suppuration.
Idiopathic.
Pertaining to idiopathy, characterizing a disease arising primarily, and not in consequence of some other disease or injury, opposed to symptomatic, sympathetic, and traumatic.
Subsidy.
A grant from the government, from a municipal corporation, or the like, to a private person or company to assist the establishment or support of an enterprise deemed advantageous to the public, a subvention, as a subsidy to the owners of a line of ocean steamships.
Nonfit.
A vessel in which glasses are washed, so called from the name of the inventor.
Quadrant.
The quarter of a circle, or of the circumference of a circle, an arc of 90 degrees, or one subtending a right angle at the center.
Writh.
To extort, to wring, to arrest.
Pistolet.
A small pistol.
L.
As a numeral, L stands for 50 in the English, as in the Latin language.
Terminal.
Either of the ends of the conducting circuit of an electrical apparatus, as an inductorium, dynamo, or electric motor, usually provided with binding screws for the attachment of wires by which a current may be conveyed into or from the machine, a pole.
Ineradicably.
So as not to be eradicable.
Barium.
The metal barium, one of the elements belonging to the alkaline earth group, a metal having a silver-white color, and melting at a very high temperature, it is difficult to obtain the pure metal. From the facility with which it becomes oxidized in the air, atomic weight 137, symbol, dot, its oxide called baryta.
Stigma.
That part of a pistol which has no epidermis, and is fitted to receive the pollen. It is usually the terminal portion, and is commonly somewhat glutinous or viscid, the male organ of flowers for secreting and furnishing the pollen or fecundating dust. It consists of the anther and filament.
concord,
a state of agreement, harmony, union.
satirical,
Of or pertaining to satires, burlesque, as, satiric tragedy.
dual,
To shape, form, or finish with a tool.
half-endial,
A half part.
toadfish,
Any marine fish of the genus Batrachus, having a large, thick head and a wide mouth, and bearing some resemblance to a toad. The American species Batrachus toad is very common in shallow water, called also oysterfish and sapo.
tubule,
A minute to blind with glandular epithelium, as the uriniferous tubules of the kidney. A transient grace note, struck immediately before the one it is intended to ornament.
divorce,
The separation of a married woman from the bed and board of her husband, divorcements at Toro/throw, from bedboard.
scrambler,
One who scrambles, one who climbs on all fours.
turiones,
A shoot or sprout from the ground.
advice,
Counseling to perform a specific illegal act.
rest,
To be satisfied, to acquiesce.
casing,
The act or process of enclosing in, or covering with, a case or thin substance, as plaster, boards, etc.
recarnify,
To convert again into flesh.
brake,
A large four-wheeled carriage, having a straight body and polished top, with the driver's seat in front and the footman's behind.
sostenuto,
Sustained, applied to a movement or passage the sounds of which are to sustain to the utmost of the nominal value of the time. Also, to a passage the tones of which are to be somewhat prolonged or protracted.
endemically,
In an endemic manner.
laughter,
A movement usually involuntary, of the muscles of the face, particularly of the lips, with a peculiar expression of the eyes, indicating merriment, satisfaction, or derision, and usually attended by a sonorous and interrupted expulsion of air from the lungs, to show mirth, satisfaction, or derision, by peculiar movement of the muscles of the face, particularly of the mouth, causing a lighting up of the face and eyes, and usually accompanied by the emission of explosive or chuckling sounds from the chest and throat, to indulge in laughter.
grimly,
In a grimy manner.
drinking,
The practice of partaking to excess of intoxicating liquors.
torrent,
Figuratively, a violent or rapid flow, a strong current, a flood, as, a torrent of vices, a torrent of eloquence.
Molded.
Imperfect and past participle of mold, crumbling, soft, friable earth, especially earth containing the remains or constituents of organic matter, and suited to the growth of plants, soil.
Impassion.
To move or affect strongly with passion.
Umber.
A brown or reddish pigment used in both oil and watercolors, obtained from certain natural clays variously colored by the oxides of iron and manganese. It is commonly heated or burned before being used, and is then called burnt umber. When not heated, it is called raw umber. Of burn, umber, billow.
Cajole.
To deceive with flattery or fair words, to wheedle.
Selection.
The act of selecting, or the state of being selected, choice, by preference.
Dribble.
To fall in drops or small drops, or in a quick succession of drops, as water dribbles from leaves.
Babu.
A Hindu gentleman, a native clerk who writes English, also, a Hindu title answering to Mr. or Esquire.
Acclimatization.
The act of acclimatizing, the process of inuring to a new climate, or the state of being so inured.
Natotheca.
The horny covering of the lower mandible of a bird.
Aminatine.
The poisonous principle of some fungi.
Cannula.
A small tube of metal, wood, or India rubber, used for various purposes, especially for injecting or withdrawing fluids. It is usually associated with a trocar.
Identify.
To become the same, to coalesce in interest, purpose, use, effect, etc.
Recipients.
The quality or state of being recipient, receiving, reception, receptiveness.
Lividness.
The state or quality of being livid.
Polychromatic.
Showing a variety, or a change, of colors.
Disarray.
To take off the dress of, to rib.
Sheather.
One who sheathes.
Go.
Noisy merriment, as, hygo.
Artless.
Contrived without skill or art, inartistic.
Booze.
A cares, a drinking.
Put.
A piece of lead formerly used by schoolchildren to rule paper for writing.
Plethysmograph.
An instrument for determining and registering the variations in the size or volume of a limb, as the arm or leg, and hence the variations in the amount of blood in the limb.
concord,
agreement of words with one another, in gender, number, person, or case.
gunroom,
An apartment on the after end of the lower gun deck of a ship of war, usually occupied as a mess room by the commissioned officers, except the captain, called wardroom in the United States Navy.
porcine,
Of or pertaining to swine, characteristic of the hog.
climbing,
And verb N, of climb.
watertight,
So tight as to retain, or not to admit, water, not leaky.
lavisher,
One who lavishes.
brittleness,
Aptness to break, fragility.
crossing,
Present participle and verbal noun of cross, an appendage or ornament or anything in the form of a cross, a badge or ornamental device of the general shape of a cross. Hence, such an ornament, even when varying considerably from that form. Thus, the cross of the British Order of St. George and St. Michael consists of a central medallion with 7 arms radiating from Italian.
motive,
That which incites to action, anything prompting or exciting to choice, or moving the will, cause, reason, inducement, object.
emulsify,
To convert into an emulsion, to form an emulsion, to reduce from an oily substance to a milky fluid in which the fat globules are in a very finely divided state, giving it the semblance of solution, as the pancreatic juice emulsifies the oily part of food.
wandering,
And N, from wander, see.
polish,
In Canada, a two-wheeled, one-seated vehicle, with a polished top, and the driver's seat elevated in front.
grace,
An act, vote, or decree of the government of the institution, a degree or privilege conferred by such vote or decree.
secular,
A layman, as distinguished from a clergyman.
quartern,
A loaf of bread weighing about 4 pounds, called also quartern loaf.
reach,
Reach of the air, distance at which words may be heard.
filibustering,
Present participle and verbal noun of filibuster, a lawless military adventurer, especially one in quest of plunder, a freebooter. Originally applied to buccaneers infesting the Spanish-American coasts, but introduced into common English to designate the followers of Lopez in his expedition to Cuba in 1851, and those of Walker in his expedition to Nicaragua in 1855.
variolitic,
Thickly marked with small, round specks, spotted.
insignificancy,
The condition or quality of being insignificant, want of significance, sense, or meaning, as the insignificance of words or phrases.
Hector.
To treat with insolence, to threaten, to bully, hence, to torment by words, to tease, to taunt, to worry or irritate by bullying.
Undermasted.
Having masts smaller than the usual dimension, set of vessels.
Cicero.
Pica type, so called by French printers.
Bar.
To restrict or confine, as if by a bar, to hinder, to obstruct, to prevent, to prohibit, as, to bar the entrance of evil. Distance bars our intercourse, the statute bars my right, the right is barred by time, the release bars the plaintiff's recovery, sometimes with up.
Clearly.
In a queer or odd manner.
In growth.
A growth or development inward.
Reprieve.
An expression of blame or censure, especially blame expressed to the face, censure for a fault, chiding, reproach.
Adventurer.
One who adventures, as the merchant adventurers, one who seeks his fortune in new and hazardous or perilous enterprises.
Table.
To delineate, as on a table. To represent, as in a picture.
Nargate fish.
A sparrowfish fish Diabasis relinatus of the Gulf of Mexico, esteemed as a food fish, called also red-mouthed grunt.
Caramel.
A kind of confectionery, usually a small cube or square of tenacious paste, or candy, of varying composition and flavor.
Redwood.
An East Indian dyewood, obtained from Trocarpus santolinus, K. salpineus sapin, and several other trees.
Sesquitertional.
Having the ratio of 1 and 1/3 to 1 as for 3.
Sip.
The act of sipping, the taking of a liquid with the lips.
Sabashar.
A viceroy, a governor of a subba, also, a native captain in the British Native Army.
Foil.
The track or trail of an animal.
Eraser.
One who, or that which, erases, especially, a sharp instrument or a piece of rubber used to erase writings, drawings, etc.
Resign.
To affix one's signature to, a second time, to sign again.
Ingurgitate.
To swallow up, as in a gulf.
Spindle.
A slender rod or pin on which anything turns, an axis, as the spindle of a vane.
Pangenesis.
An hypothesis advanced by Darwin in explanation of heredity.
Transformation.
Change of one form of material into another, as in assimilation, metabolism, metamorphosis,
digestedly,
in a digested or well-arranged manner, methodically,
embryonated,
in the state of, or having, an embryonal,
surcease,
cessation, stop, end,
slew,
imperative of slay,
purple,
a disease of wheat, a disease in wheat, in which the blackened and contracted grain, or ear, is filled with minute worms.
fan,
A small vane or sail, used to keep the large sails of a smart windmill always in the direction of the wind.
strawing,
Applied to forms in Anglo-Saxon, etc., which retain the old declensional endings. In the Teutonic languages, the vowel stems have held the original endings most firmly, and are called strawing. The stems in and are called weak. Other constant stems conform, or are irregular.
onomastic,
Aiding the memory, as onomnistic remedies.
ini,
An arrow poison, made from an Apocynaceous plant Strophanthus hispidus, of the Gabon country, called also anat.
shallop,
A boat,
ludwigite,
a borate of iron and magnesia, occurring in fibrous masses of a blackish green color.
brand,
A mark put upon criminals with a hot iron, hence, any mark of infamy or vice, a stigma.
cornua,
A horn, or anything shaped like or resembling a horn.
dumbuk,
A book said to have been compiled under the direction of King Alfred, it is supposed to have contained the principal maxims of the common law, the penalties for misdemeanors, and the forms of judicial proceedings. Dombook was probably a general name for Book of Judgments.
excursus,
A dissertation or digression appended to a work, and containing a more extended exposition of some important point or topic.
angel,
A messenger.
remedy,
To apply a remedy to relieve, to cure, to heal, to repair, to redress, to correct, to counteract.
opinator,
One fond of his own opinions, one who holds an opinion.
verdict,
Decision, judgment, opinion pronounced, as, to be condemned by the verdict of the public.
burster,
One that bursts.
cholagogue,
An agent which promotes the discharge of bile from the system.
hound,
A houndfish.
armory,
Ensigns armorial. Armorial bearings.
Delicessing.
Present participle and verbal noun of delicess, to dissolve gradually and become liquid by attracting and absorbing moisture from the air, as certain salts, acids, and alkalis.
Backward.
Not well advanced in learning, not quick of apprehension, dull, inop, as a backward child.
Openge.
Apparent.
Immolating.
Present participle and verbal noun of immolate, to sacrifice, to offer in sacrifice, to kill, as a sacrificial victim.
Hot thumb.
A very diminutive person.
Shafting.
Shafts, collectively, a system of connected shafts for communicating motion.
Term.
A piece of cardwork placed under each end of the taffrail.
Decoction.
The act or process of boiling anything in a watery fluid to extract its virtues.
Divorcee.
A person divorced.
Jetty.
A part of a building that jets or projects beyond the rest, and overhangs the wall below.
Netting.
The act or process of making nets or network, or of forming meshes, as for fancy work, fishing nets, etc.
Long nose.
The European garfish.
Block.
A single man left on a point, exposed to be taken up.
Spur.
To put spurs on, as a spurred boot.
Over hasty.
Too hasty, precipitate, rash.
Clutter.
Imperfect and past participle of clutter. To crowd together in disorder. To fill or cover with things in disorder. To throw into disorder. To disarrange, as to clutter a room.
Fragrific.
Causing cold. Producing or generating cold.
Adjunct.
Hook, as a parrot has an adjunct bill.
Sun.
That which resembles the sun, as in splendor or importance, any source of light, warmth, or animation.
Lighterman.
A person employed on, or who manages, a lighter.
Experience.
To make practical acquaintance with, to try personally, to prove by use or trial, to have trial of, to have the lot or fortune of, to have befall one, to be affected by, to feel, as, to experience pain or pleasure, to experience poverty, to experience a change of views.
Frankic.
Pertaining to the Franks, or their language, Frankish.
Spice.
To render nice or dainty, hence, to render scrupulous.
emulsive,
yielding oil by expression, as emulsive seeds.
in strength,
Want of strength, weakness, feebleness.
sclerma,
Induration of the cellular tissue.
punitive,
Of or pertaining to punishment, involving, awarding, or inflicting punishment, as punitive law or justice.
printing,
Present participle and verbal noun of print, to strike off an impression or impressions of, from type, or from stereotype, electrotype, or engraved plates, or the like, in a wider sense, to do the typesetting, presswork, etc., of a book or other publication, as, to print books, newspapers, pictures, to print an edition of a book.
kerchief,
Dressed, hooded, covered, wearing a kerchief.
benevolence,
A species of compulsory contribution or tax, which has sometimes been illegally exacted by arbitrary kings of England, and falsely represented as a gratuity.
disowned,
Imperfect and past participle of disown, to refuse to own or acknowledge as belonging to oneself, to disavow or deny, as connected with oneself personally, as a parent can hardly disown his child, an author will sometimes disown his writings.
milksop,
A piece of bread sopped in milk, figuratively, an effeminate or weak-minded person.
aspen,
A small, hooded, poisonous serpent of Egypt and adjacent countries, whose bite is often fatal. It is the Nothingism. The name is also applied to other poisonous serpents, especially to viper aspes of southern Europe. See Hades.
shovel,
A great multitude assembled, a crowd, a throng, said especially of fish, as a shoal of bass.
base,
The lower part of a complete architectural design, as of a monument. Also, the lower part of any elaborate piece of furniture or decoration.
top,
To rise aloft, to be eminent, to tower, as lofty ridges and topping mountains.
washer,
The pied wagtail, so called in allusion to its beating the water with its tail while tripping along the leaves of water plants.
ab,
The 5th month of the Jewish year according to the ecclesiastical reckoning, the 11th by the civil computation, coinciding nearly with August.
hide,
To remove from danger, to shelter.
siften,
Since afterwards, seeing that.
wallow,
The powdered leaves of the baobab tree, used by the Africans to mix in their soup, as the southern Negroes use powdered sassafras. Compare Secess.
apostolical,
of or pertaining to the Pope or the papacy, papal,
observer,
one who keeps any law, custom, regulation, rite, etc., one who conforms to anything in practice,
priestless,
without a priest,
maiden,
the Lady of the Maidames, one of the characters in Imorris dance, a May Queen, afterward, a grotesque character personated in sports and buffoonery by a man in woman's clothes.
opaque,
To darken, to cloud,
secco,
dry,
a snip,
pertaining to, or designating, a complex acid obtained, as a yellow crystalline substance, from certain genera of lichens Usna, Parmelia, etc.
simpler,
One who makes up samples for inspection, one who examines samples, or by samples, as a wool sampler.
pedal,
To sell from place to place, to retail by carrying around from customer to customer, to hawk, hence, to retail in very small quantities, as, to peddle vegetables or tinware.
captive,
Of or pertaining to bondage or confinement, serving to confine, as, captive chains, captive hours.
balmy,
Full of barm or froth, in a ferment.
easement,
A liberty, privilege, or advantage, which one proprietor has in the estate of another proprietor, distinct from the ownership of the soil, as a way, watercourse, etc. It is a species of what the civil law calls servitude.
postdiluvian,
Being or happening after the flood in those days.
chronicle,
A narrative of events, a history, a record.
disimprovement,
Reduction from a better to worse state, as disimprovement of the earth.
chainless,
Having no chain, not restrained or fettered.
spike,
To set or furnish with spikes.
enter out,
A penstock.
amputate,
To cut off the limb or projecting part of the body.
dedicatory,
Constituting or serving as a dedication, complemental.
false,
Not genuine or real, assumed or designed to deceive, counterfeit, hypocritical, as false tears, false modesty, false colors, false jewelry,
speedily,
in a speedy manner,
pretty,
If you
with
enjoyed
ease.
this sleepy dictionary on autonomia sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Autonomy channel contains changes may be in progress on all channels. And works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.